Right. Let's check if I can hear myself. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody see me? All of those wonderful things that always go wrong, no matter what I do. We can see. Let me see. Oh, wonderful. I can hear myself. I think that is enough. Wonderful. Hey, Ori, how are you doing? Sorry for being slightly late. I was upstairs listening to music because that's where the record player is. And yeah, it took a while to get down. Hey, the Demidrek is here. How are you doing, my friend? Wonderful. Hey, Britton, how are you doing? The guillotine is in fact empty as far as I know. No, I think the shirt is just an empty guillotine at this point. So what can you do? But it is the shirt I had to put on for 10 incarnations of rebellion for that video earlier today. So because I felt it was topical. Anyway, cheers everybody. Let's get this all started. No, it's from a band I saw live last Sunday. It's like a German post-punk band that is, somewhat clear when it comes to its ideas on like how to change the world. Hey, Chadia, how you doing? I did just finish The Butcher of the Forest like an hour ago, and I really enjoyed it. Really good story. Hey, Jeroen, how you doing? Been a while since I've seen you somewhere, which, makes sense. What with me not doing a live stream for a while and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, how's everyone doing? Sorry about last weekend. I did not have the ability to stream because last Saturday, the German right-wing party, the AfD, decided to refound its youth organization because they had to disband the previous one because it was too racist. It was deemed a right-wing extremist organization by the German Secret Service, and at that point they disbanded it and refounded a new one. And there was a lot of protests, and since those happened like the next city from where I live, like 15 minutes by train, that's where I spent my day, which doesn't work well for streaming in the evening. That's a good one. What the new one is called? I think the new one is called Generation Deutschland, but I'm not quite sure. The previous one was called Junge Alternative, which is shortened for Ja, gets shortened to Ja, but that one is the one they banned. And I think the new one is called Generation Deutschland. They are staying away from the one that you might uh, imagine, but so far not called Heimatjugend or anything of the sorts. But it's kind of what it is. Sorry to hear that, Jeroen. I hope that with the holiday season in a couple of weeks, you get some time to relax. I don't think they have uniforms yet, but I suspect it's only a matter of time. To be fair, though, there is the even further right party that used to be called NPD, the Nationale Partei Deutschlands, whatever. Like, the really like skinhead neo-Nazi kind of party, and their youth organization is well, basically their uniform is steel-toed boots and no hair and you know bomber jackets and all of that kind of stuff. But they haven't gone beyond that either. They certainly do. It's really frustrating because like we blocked like all the roads to the place where they wanted to do that like founding event, and they could found their organization because in the end the police did actually drive all the delegates to that meeting through all the through the barricades to that venue so they could hold that thing in peace, which is says a lot, I guess. Nice. The Great One is a really good book. I really enjoyed it. um well, now that I've finished Butcher of the Forest, and after reading 10 Incarnations of Rebellion, I think the next one I'll go for is probably a reread of River of Gods by Ian MacDonald, which feels somewhat appropriate because it's also set in India. And it's the next Ian MacDonald's novel in that whole Ian MacDonald's reading project. So that's the one I'm going for, unless something else comes up and I feel very inspired to do something else tomorrow. I have is Catabasis worth reading? Because it's interesting to see all these different, just the headlines from like YouTube videos where everyone is either going like, "Well, it's totally easy to read this," and people going like, "No, this book sucks," and a few people going like, "No, this is the best thing ever." And I'm like, "All right, so what is it? Is it actually good? Is it the kind of book that sounds incredibly deep and intellectual if you have like no knowledge whatsoever of say Dante or anything of the sorts? Or where are we with this one? I'll say this plotting doesn't sound too promising though. Um, yeah, thanks, Jeroen. Like, I'm definitely going to go through all the ones that I own. So it's going to be River of Gods next, and then Brazil, and then The Dervish House. Those are all rereads from me, and I have the Cyberabad Days. That's how it's called, like the short story collection that is set in the same setting as River of Gods. I just don't know when to go through that one. And after that, it's the Luna trilogy, and I think then I'm up to date because I already did talk about Hopeland, and that's all the ones that I own. Because it's really hard to get The Wilding, which is still his current novel, and the new novella that comes out in January, Boy with Accidental Dinosaur, I suspect will also not get an audiobook release, and we'll see how that goes. But that's roughly the plan for those. I'm glad you're enjoying No Life Forsaken. I really, really enjoyed it in that it felt very much like an old Malazan Book of the Fallen novel, much more though, much more so than what's it called? The God is Not Willing, which did not necessarily feel like that. So I don't know if like R.F. Kuang seems to be divisive. I agree, but I feel like for very different things. Like I find her novels like thematically really interesting. I just really don't like her writing style, and that's all based on just the one that I read, which is Babel, which yeah, yeah. Well, what you're saying there, or it does very much reflect my like memories from Babel, and does sound like the kind of thing I really don't need to read. Several pages explaining the prisoner's dilemma. That's hard. I mean, like, what's the target audience for that? Because, like, with Babel, it felt like almost like a YA novel. Um, but like, you can't do dark academia and YA at the same time. People who read dark academia should have at least like a modicum of understanding of things like a prisoner's dilemma. I remember, like, when I first read the what's it called? Quantum Thief, that's the one by Hanu Rajanyemi, which starts with the main character being in the dilemma prison, which is, well, this weird prison where like you constantly have to play prisoner's dilemma with like other people, and if you get killed, then you get to start over, and it's not even explained how that works. It's just like, yeah, this is the dilemma prison. Here we go. But I guess that's what happens if a Finnish mathematician writes a book and does not expect anyone to ask for explanations. I still have to go to like Empire of Grass is it, no, Brethren of the Wind is that prequel novel, right? I always confuse those titles. Ooh, the play. The play is always like one of the weirdest things ever in Claw the Conciliator. That's where Gene Wolfe gets to very much Gene Wolfe all over the place, which I personally really enjoy. But yeah, it's been it's been like 2 years since I last read Book of the New Sun, which I guess means I should probably go and read it again sometime soon. Yeah, but I need to kind of figure out what to read this month before the whole Karl May thing, which I mean, obviously, I could be smart and start early so I can, record a couple of videos in advance and don't have to actually stress myself by reading one book and per day and recording it and reading the next, which is how I did it the last 2 years. But I know myself. I always plan that, and then it kind of goes wrong. I did not know he has made a Book of the New Sun video. I'm not subscribed to Daniel Green, so I don't necessarily know what he's publishing, what he's putting up, what he's recording. I sometimes get recommended one, but I think the last I got recommended was his like 20 books that haven't aged well. or fantasy novels that haven't aged well or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, well, who cares, right? First of all, I doubt you've read enough books to actually make that kind of video. But on the other hand, even if you know, I'm sure I can raise you some. So yeah, I no idea. I mean, I've watched a couple of Book of the New Sun videos in general, and they're all kind of good because there's so much different stuff in that book that, like, if someone pays attention, reads the thing to the end, and has an idea and has like a couple of thoughts on it, it will be interesting because very few people have the same thoughts afterwards. So I'm, you know, I don't know. I feel like The Eye of the World has aged better than some of the other Wheel of Time novels. But that's just my personal opinion. I think later ones have aged far worse, which probably, is not saying too much. But I don't. What do you mean by like committing to the bit there, Britain? I mean, that's the kind of video that I feel a lot of people like. Library of the Viking could totally make the same kind of video, and there's a bunch of other channels that do content like that. So a 20 books that haven't aged well video doesn't sound like a bit to me. It's also it's only half the title. It's like 20 that haven't, and I think 20 that have, something like that. And it's the kind of content I find really boring because, yeah, look, the Call of Cthulhu really hasn't aged well. I know, right? No big surprise there. Lord of the Rings has aged surprisingly well. Also, no big surprise there. And there's, you can probably say something on like why that is the case, but in a lot of ways, you know, those seem like very pointless videos to me, but I know a lot of people like to watch those videos because, they have like a list in there, and the internet loves lists, and then you can argue about whether the person is right about that list and so forth. And I don't know, it just, those kind of content, those kind of videos just really bore me because I just know that Daniel Green doesn't know enough about like literature in general to actually make a list like that is in any way authoritative. Wow, what a word, man! And neither does like Johanna from Library of a Viking or most other booktubers. So it's like, who cares? Like, I don't need I don't need to struggle with your opinion because it's just your opinion. I don't think they're virtue signaling. I haven't watched it, so I have no idea what kind of books are on there. One thing, for example, like when it comes to sci-fi books, not so much fantasy, but like sci-fi, for example, there are a lot of sci-fi books that have aged really poorly because they sort of like focus on a specific, so one or two very specific technological advances or whatever, and once that time is past, a lot of it kind of falls flat, right? There are all kinds of reasons why a book doesn't age well. Some of them are because they're insanely racist, like, Lovecraft or Robert E. Howard, to be clear. Like, most of the pulp stories, a lot of like the Weird Tales pulp authors haven't aged well because, yeah, the language, the style, and the general assumptions of like how the world works have changed a lot. And then there's stuff the same way around, but like with like science fiction, like Ubik by Philip K. Dick is set in, I think, not even the year 2000, isn't it like 1994 or something, right? So if you focus on that side of things, it has not aged well in most regards, except for the whole like monetizing and microtransactions for everything. That part is surprisingly close to reality. But yeah. Also, I don't think Daniel Green is virtue signaling. He's far from virtue signaling. And pointing out that like H.P. Lovecraft is a racist piece of shit is not virtue signaling. That's just the truth, and denying that is a problem, right? Same goes for Tolkien, pointing out that Tolkien has some very racist assumptions, especially when it comes to his portrayal of the darker skinned humans. When it comes to the people in the East and the people in the South, yeah, that's fucking racist. And you can still like the book, but go like, hey, this part, I don't know. Um, there's a bunch of things like that in Black Company, and I really like Black Company, but there's a level of low key homophobia in some of the early novels where I'm like, I don't know, man. Did we really need this? I feel like one of the funniest things about Ubik to me is Ubik is that it has incredibly detailed descriptions of the clothes that people are wearing. And if you pay attention to that, you will get absolutely mind fucked because they're wearing the weirdest, most ridiculous like outfits. It's insane. Straight crazy color combinations, crazy general like apparel choices. It's really funny if you read Ubik, just to pay attention to what people are supposedly wearing. It will really blow your mind. I don't know if it's performative. Like his style in general is very performative, which is partly, I think, why his channel is as big as it is, beyond, him just being like one of the older channels. Because YouTube is because so many people watch YouTube on their phone when they're actually watching. And this is a very small screen, so you need to be over exaggerating things. You need to be very extroverted and yeah, overact everything, so it can just to get like some emotion through that smaller screen basically. And that comes across as insanely performative in a way, but that's just like, you know that's how that game is played in general. That's not just Daniel Green. That's like all like really big channels. Like really big channels are very much all larger than life in their performance. So I don't see it as performative when someone points out that Lovecraft is maybe not the vocest person in the history of horror. But Britain, the point is not so much that Lovecraft is racist, because, yeah, the point with Lovecraft in particular is how much Lovecraft uses racism or racist fears as a tool to create horror. That's why it is important, right? Like all of those people were racist, and that's just the time. But when you read Lovecraft's stories, like Call of Cthulhu, for example, right, so much of the horror or the things that he tries to describe as horrible are like the ritual orgy, whatever you want to call it, in the swamps, in the bayous somewhere, right? The horror is supposedly not so much that people are having like a weird Satan worshipping ritual in the swamps there, but it's because they are all of well, a mixed heritage, and that's the scary thing, right? So he uses racist fears and racist insecurities as a tool to create horror, and that needs to be examined, because that's something that makes, that that still works to some degree for like most of us, because most of us have some very deep rooted sort of like racist prejudices somewhere, and examining that is still very much valuable, because people still go like, well, Call of Cthulhu is a fucking amazing story. It's like, is it though? If it scared you after the age of 12, why? Can you explain that? And that's where, in particular, the racism with Lovecraft, I think, is still very much important, right? And that is still very much worth examining every single time. And people who go like, no, seriously, tell me something new, Lovecraft was racist, are very often, and I'm not saying that's you, but like are very often unwilling to examine that and acknowledge that, because it might just damage or lead to like that dangerous question of like, well, I got scared by that scene. Might I be a racist in some regard? And if you're not willing to ask that question yourself, then there's a problem in general, not you specifically. And I think that's why the Lovecraft thing is always important. It will never go away. Hey, Phil, how you doing? That is also true, Ori. And I did read the Ballad of Black Tom. Now, Call of Cthulhu is not a very good story. I think that's why I feel, for me personally, Color Out of Space is one of my personal favorite Lovecraft stories, because that's where the actual horror is truly like cosmic horror and so ungraspable that even Lovecraft doesn't really manage to turn it into something racist. Ori and me were, I think you were there like yesterday, Ori, right? Like there was the Toronto Public Library had a online discussion with Victor Laval and Brian, what's his name, on At the Mountains of Madness, and by Lovecraft, and it was really interesting, and everyone was somewhat surprised, impressed, or shocked that Lovecraft manages to tell a story set in Antarctica and still be racist in Antarctica, which is, you know, very much an achievement. Brian Evanson, yeah, exactly. Right. So, hey Thornall, how you doing? So, yeah, and that's my point. Like with Color Out of Space, because the Color Out of Space is so far beyond everything else, it is truly, truly scary, because it's like, what if you're up against something that you can't even begin to understand, and that doesn't have like any real form, and it just like destroys you. That is really, really scary, and that's why Color Out of Space is so effective in a way. Whereas Call of Cthulhu is just like, oh, look at all those brown people, aren't they scary? Which is not that good. Yeah, I know that Name had also has a book. I haven't read it though. I I've read all of the stuff that he published under his name. I haven't read like all of the collaborations yet. I personally like his Dreamland stuff oftentimes more than his horror stuff. Um, because it's just like more psychedelic and weird, and then you have like ghouls flying on other ghouls and stuff, which is kind of fun. Um, like the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath is, well, even there he manages to be racist, but that's that. But there is the Cats of Ulthar, which is really cool, and it has lots of cats, and none of them have racist names. So I know, low bar, but maybe a high bar for for Lovecraft. You know, not naming your cat after the N word. A small step for mankind, but a giant leap for H.P. Lovecraft. Uh, yes and no. Or I think it's yeah, but I mean, I know you're at this point you're trolling, but yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Bretton. I think it's for me. It often depends on what it is that people are telling me that I already know. I felt talked down to when I read Babel by R.F. Kuang, right? And was like, well, I already know about the Opium Wars because I studied it at university. So your footnotes kind of annoy me because they're not exactly like adding anything that I don't already know. So I feel talked down to, which is a thing. But like if someone explains or talks about Lovecraft's racism and like dissects it and looks at like details there, I'm like, well, yeah, that's interesting to me because of course I know that Lovecraft is racist. I figured that one out. Even I figured that one out at age 14 when I first read, Lovecraft. um, but there's still interesting and nuanced things to say about it if you say more than just like, "Hey, Lovecraft was racist," because yeah, that in itself is not exactly an interesting statement. It's what you do with it. Oh no, I know you're aware of that of it. That's not my point. I feel like the other part is with like the Lovecraft racist thing is that um, as long as there are people who are actively downplaying Lovecraft's racism, I am not complaining when people tell me that Lovecraft is racist because clearly there's enough people out there who still need to hear this constantly. So the fact that I already know it um, is no reason for them not to say it because you know, there is still a lot of people who need to hear it. I'm just not the target audience. So I don't think it's performative to say Lovecraft is racist as long as there are people who deny that. You know what I mean? I don't think you've missed that much unless you're interested in like the larger sort of like history of horror and fantasy. Lovecraft is not that interesting, especially if you read him as an adult. He's There are some good stories in there. As I said, The Color Out of Space is a really good one. Um, Let me think. I do feel like Shadows over Innsmouth is also good, but it is already racist again because of course it is. But it still works really well within like if you want to read like the archetypical Lovecraft story, I feel Shadow over Innsmouth is probably the best one of the bunch there because it does have like most of the horror that Lovecraft has. The things that Lovecraft is scared of, it has deep ones. It is interesting to read as a story. Plus, the ending is I wouldn't call it fully surprising, but there is a little bit of a twist in there, which is more than Lovecraft usually manages. And I think like Whisperer in Darkness is also pretty cool. Hey man, no, old racists are not all right, but dead racists, I don't have to tell them that they're racist because they're dead, which helps. See, with At the Mountains of Madness, there's bits and pieces in there that I find really interesting. I like the structure, the way it's structured is interesting to me, but I don't find it scary. And at some point, it's just like so. I have this whole like adventure story of like an Antarctic expedition, and it's really dangerous and shit, right? It's really cool, and the way he describes like the way they're just slowly flying towards this place and making their way through the ice and everything. That part is really really cool. And once they're up on the plateau, it's just like one massive fucking info dump, and I'm like, yeah, look, if I want to read like a massive info dump without anything else, then I'll just take something like Howard's The Hyborian Age, which is just written as an in-world sort of like info dump document, basically, and I'm fine with that. But it feels sort of like there's like two stories. There's a scary story in the in Antarctica, and then there is an info dump, and they don't necessarily fit together. Although I do like the idea that the Shoggoth, because of like being so huge that it basically fills out the entirety of the tunnel, evokes the image of like a subway train. I did like that as an image. The rats in the walls I don't necessarily enjoy a lot, and not just because of the cat, but like the whole story doesn't really work that well for me. That's a very good question, biggest. And hi, biggest. Oh, but if now that you mentioned that, the Doom that came to Sarnath is also a pretty good story. As for John Del Arroz, I will not comment on the guy. He's a right-wing grifter who thrives on provocation and, you know, controversy, trying to provoke people into reactions and making money out of that. So that's his thing. I don't watch his videos, and I will not have anything to do with him. And anyone who platforms him is also very much beyond the pale at this point, because that's it. That's his mo, right? Create some kind of scandal, then cry that he's been, needlessly persecuted, which is not true, and then trying to get money out of that. And it's just a fucking grifter, and he's trying to get a raise out of like attacking Daniel Green, or at least putting Daniel Green's name in his video titles, because that will get, views and stuff. So unfortunately, I guess it works for him. I just hope that Daniel Green is smart enough to ignore him. And that's not me defending Daniel Green or liking Daniel Green. I'm just saying, don't play that game. It's bad enough the guy makes money and is still allowed to be on these social platforms because he's just so fucking toxic. Both biggest. Yeah. We'll stop mentioning him here. We'll not talk about him anymore, Demi, Drek, because yeah, don't want to summon that guy. Anyway, but there is a pattern that I've been noticing on like book-ish, book adjacent content on YouTube, and that is certainly that the general sort of like right-wing grift that has for so long plagued like gaming YouTube and movie YouTube and TV YouTube is slowly taking over bookish content as well. There's people like channels like the Second Story with that famous, oh no, romantasy is just pornography, which is and it's destroying poor women's brains, and we need to stop it. And now fan fiction has destroyed writing and everything else, and it's the same kind of grift. It's this concern trolling from the right, which I don't even know if they believe what they're saying, or if they're just trying to cash in. And there's a couple of these channels that are getting bigger and bigger, or at least YouTube is showing more and more of them to me. And I don't even watch them, I just ignore them. But it seems to become more and more, and it seems to become more and more popular. And I'm kind of worried about it, because the general like bookish YouTube, how can I say this? hesitancy to commit to any political opinion makes BookTube as a whole incredibly vulnerable to that kind of takeover from the far right. And those are, those are at least people who are using far right language to and provocation and controversial tactics to make a lot of money. I don't know if they believe what they're saying, but it still is incredibly toxic to any form of like discourse, larger community, whether we're talking, well, obviously I don't believe that there is a booktube community, but the whole field of bookish discourse can be tainted by that and can be taken over by that. And that is really frustrating to see. And as I said, like I don't think the bookish space is willing to deal with that, because clearly any opinion is supposedly valid because we keep politics out of it, and that's dangerous. I don't know. It's just something I've been noticing over the last couple of months at least, and it's very frustrating to see. Hey, Chadia. Huh? Hey, Michael. I agree with you, Thornall. Self-help books, really bad. Manly books, indeed. I don't particularly like IPAs, but I also don't dislike them. It's just, you know, a thing. But in some way, I feel like IPAs are very much like an American sort of thing that has slowly come over to Europe. At least to Germany, it took a long time to get here. Like the whole like craft brewery kind of stuff took a long time to get to Germany because we have so many like small breweries everywhere. So that whole idea of like we need to do something new with beer to stand out from like the two big breweries, the need was never really there. And that's not saying that there aren't like two or three large brewery corporations that own like a lot of the smaller breweries in Germany as well, but there's still sort of like more diversity, so that need to start and like a craft brewery that is specifically doing something very different just wasn't here for the longest time. So it took a long time for like IPAs to get to Germany. um, but is like Tchaikovsky's Warhammer books are written under like a pen name, right? He's not publishing them under Adrian Tchaikovsky. Well, maybe. But that's you're speaking from like a very specific position there, Biggest, which is you live in Ireland, and Irish Guinness supposedly tastes different from like the exported one that we get over here. So what do I know? Okay, could be. Like I don't pay attention to Adrian Tchaikovsky because he's too popular and writing too many books. Although the Green City Wars or whatever it's called, that's coming out in June, that might tempt me because it has a cyber raccoon private detective kind of character. Um, And it said something about Redwall in the description, so I'm tempted. I think you can read any book in a manly way, right? It's always possible to do that. It's just like, I don't know, go outside, set something on fire, and then read it by the light of burning churches while drinking mead out of the skulls of your enemies. And at that point, you can read Fourth Wing in a manly way, presumably. I haven't tried it yet. It is definitely an excellent book. I really enjoyed No Life Forsaken. Very good, Jeroen. I appreciate you trying to stick with the program here. It's very helpful. Um, I feel like one of the things I was wondering is like whether I really want to be, I don't want to say smart, but like how much more effort or less effort I will put into this year's like Karl Mess thing, because I feel more pressure with this one, I think, because most of my audience is not German. According to last time I looked at my YouTube analytics, which I rarely do because why would I? I had like 3 people from Germany watching, so I was like, "Wow." And like 4 people from Belgium, so I'm like, "Okay, we might have a problem here." Um, so I feel the need to maybe explain more than I did with both Redwall and the Drizzt books, because those are, well, international in general, and with Karl May, that's not necessarily the case. So I feel more pressure to not just scream and weep at all the ridiculousness, but also explain more stuff there. So I'm like, should I prepare? Should I read some stuff in advance? For example, should I reread, because I read them as a kid as well, because I guess my grandfather, like my mother's father, had at least one James Fenimore Cooper novel. I think it was The Deerslayer. So I read that one, and because those were published, and we know that Karl May read some of the James Fenimore Cooper stuff as an inspiration for his own Western stories, which is interesting because it probably explains some of the weird anachronisms in his novels, because the J.F. Cooper stuff is set in like the late 18th century mostly, and Mai just read all of that kind of stuff, and then set in the 1840s and afterwards, when the situation is a very, very different one. So there's might be worth rereading some James Fenimore Cooper, or maybe I'll just not do that. Who knows? Please do so, Thornall. Possibly, Jadia, possibly. Hey, Ida, how you doing? Well, Ida, I could fool you maybe, but then there's Peter from from Jolene's Discord who has 50 Karl May novels at home, so there's that, right? Hey, you're never too late. You're like a wizard in that regard. You arrive precisely when you want to. But yeah, review for what? I wish I had the patience to write reviews, but then every time I actually make my way to Goodreads, I'm like, nah, I can't be bothered with this. I still can't get over her fucking name, which is so incredibly stupid. I don't know if I ever do that. Oh. Oh, I didn't know you're part of the judges for however you pronounce the SPSF thing. Breezy, right, that's the thing. Oh God. I There's a lot you can't find in Mensa Beransan. Yeah, I believe that biggest. I've never been to Amsterdam, but there's a general thing that when it comes to, especially to weed over the last decades, generally, but like that stuff has gotten much stronger, much more potent in general because they've obviously been doing some agriculture and breeding and stuff. So don't know about the chemical stuff, but at least for weed, that stuff has gotten more and more potent. Definitely. Yeah, I remember you being a contestant. But yeah, nice that you're a judge now. That's really cool. Um, I don't think I'm bad at writing reviews. I'm just really bad at sitting down and writing. Period, which is like the main issue. That's very much the thing. Yes, Ori. It's drizzy and breezy. Uh, and it's worse because the mother is of course called Catibri, so it's drizzed and Catibri. So clearly the daughter is breezy. It's like, ah, gods. I think it kind of depends on what you're trying to do and what you're writing, where you're writing, which platform you're writing for, and so forth. Whether you should keep it short or if you want to write like a 10-page review, literary analysis kind of thing. And it kind of depends on the story as well. State weed, that's good. Yeah, you said that you had like a lot of fun there. I imagine. Uh, it sounds like a ton of fun for sure. Thanks, Ori, for that wonderful Ted Williams joke. I don't know if I remember that one, but I've tried to forget all the Driz stuff again because it's so troubling. Which is kind of frustrating because I still believe that the first one, like the very first one, the Crystal Shard, is actually a pretty solid D&D novel. It gets worse after that, but the Crystal Shard does exactly what a D&D tie-in novel should do, right? It showcases the monsters, it showcases specific spells, it even tells you which spells they are. Um, it works really well for that. It just gets bad once you move beyond that. And once you reach fucking Kalimshan, it's just, yeah, bad. But, you know, speaking about a book that has really not aged well, by which I mean it was already incredibly racist and dated and Orientalist when it came out. I don't think you can read Drizzt in a manly manner. He's not that manly a dude. Well, I'll keep it in mind. Uh, Breakwater. Is it the curse of Ham, though, Thornall? Also, Snoop Dogg liking Drizzt makes a lot of sense. He'll probably call him Drizzle, though. Um, Yeah, that exactly. That is the supposed curse of Ham. That's what Mormons believed, at least for the longest time, which is why until 1978, um, uh, black men, because women still can't have the priesthood in the Mormon Church, black men could also not have the priesthood in the Mormon Church. After having wearing being allowed to have the priesthood until like 1840 ish. But turns out Brigham Young more racist than Joseph Smith. To be fair, it's not just a Mormon thing. Like the whole like curse of Ham kind of thing has been around in different forms of Christianity before. It's just that at least the Catholic Church, I think, never fully endorsed it, and with all the different Protestant sects, I think it never. I mean, there have been some that have mentioned that, but because Mormonism or the LDS Church is basically like is very much hierarchically organized like the Catholic Church. Once they decided to go for that specific interpretation, it was kind of set for like a very large group of people. But yeah, it's not just a Mormon thing. The idea of the curse of Ham, it has been taken in from the larger sort of like Protestant Christian folklore at the time. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I never thought about that about it that way. But now that you brought it up again, Thornhill, it's like, yeah, I think I read that back in the day when I read the Forgotten Realms campaign setting for AD&D second edition or whichever one I have, and yeah. Are you saying he did it for the lulz? Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I can't say whether that's a deliberate thing on Stephen Eriksen's part, but yeah, going making it a choice, I think, is obviously one way to sort of like overcome that idea of like the dark elves was the light elves or whatever. And I mean, obviously, you have the concept of like the Svartalf and Ljusalf and whatever the third version of that is in like Norse mythology, but obviously those are very very different when it comes to elves compared to anything that came afterwards. That definitely could be biggest. By which you mean overpriced and kind of stale, or and very much overrated. Yeah, exactly. Svartalf are basic are then called dwarves, and Ljusalf are the light elves, but they're also not, like forest elves. It's like Norse mythology is weird, uh, but I have not read Die Zwerge. No, I have not read anything by Marcus Heitz. That is something I try to avoid. I have that's like me being very snobbish, right? But from everything I've heard about anything that Marcus Heitz has written, I suspect it's all really bad. And he wrote this weird novel that is sort of like the novelization to the Blind Guardian orchestral album, which is supposedly be about the daughter of Solomon Kane, which is already like, yeah, no, you lost me there. Solomon Kane is a dude that never fucked. That guy does not have any daughters. Don't invent that. You can tell a story without that connection, my friend. So no, I have not read Die Zwerge. I don't know if it's worth reading. I don't. I suspect no. It's super fucking popular. Like Marcus Heitz is insanely popular in Germany. Like he's selling so many books. And there used to be like an entire sort of like kind of like subgenre in German language fantasy after Die Zwerge got really big, and there was like Die Trolle, like the trolls, and there's a long list of the Elfen, the elves, and I have no idea how many more there are, but German book publisher Heine, who does they're doing like a lot of like translations as well. I think they they certainly did the German Malasen Book of the Fallen. They may also have done. Song of Ice and Fire, but they're like a big publisher in general in German, and they translate a lot, except for Lord of the Rings, which has always been Klett-Cotta. Um, and I think Harry Potter was also Klett-Cotta Verlag. I'm not quite sure, but Heine does a lot of stuff, and after they basically sold all of them, and they all had like similar covers, and they had different authors but like similar covers, and there's like 10 books about elves and 10 books about dwarves and 20 books about all kinds of other magical creatures, and I was always tempted to write like a spoof of that about like mooses and like die Elche, because Elch is the German, like just like elk basically, and it's so close to elf that I figured like, hey, I could write like a fantasy book about a lone elk warrior who does elk things in the forest, which is, I suppose, just eating lichen and grass and leaves and maybe get stoned. I don't know, but I never did it. It's hugely popular though. That's not how communism works, though. Void. We can have something of a conversation here, but if I have the feeling that you're trolling, I'll let you know, and then we will end this conversation. Hey, Maven, how you doing? I think it kind of depends on what you mean by equal there, Void, and that's what I feel where a lot of like uh, a lot of like the confusion kind of comes in, right? Is what you mean by equality, because it can mean a lot of different things, and every human being should have the same basic human rights, human dignities, all of those kind of things, and that is just by virtue of being human. Same way that like every animal should have like the same animal rights, dignities, and so forth, which are mostly the same things, right? And beyond that, then you kind of figure out, but like intelligence has very little to nothing to do with that. That's kind of the problem, right? Like you should have all the possibilities to explore what you want to do, what you enjoy, to flourish in whatever way you want, and that should be given to everyone. Unfortunately, that's not how things work at the moment. That's kind of the problem, right? And intelligence is not a good way to measure that, which is kind of the problem, because the idea of intelligence is already kind of made up, to put it mildly. In a lot of ways, IQ is not a way to measure that. It has never been a way to measure that. And then it was taken over by a bunch of eugenicists who try to use it to do really fucked up shit. So the whole idea of like some people are smarter than others, that's not how it works. Like, but that's the thing, like smartness has nothing to do with like controlling smart things. A lot of that stuff is about specialization, right? Like I studied computer science, and that means you go through a fuck ton of mathematics at university. That stuff is very difficult in general. That doesn't make me very smart. It just meant that by virtue of all kinds of stuff, like having the ability, to pay for university and all of that kind of stuff, to sit down for like 4 years and study mathematics at university and spend all that time doing that. That does not make me qualified to, do law or any other complex thing. So much of like complexity is about having the ability, and the ability is not so much about your intellectual capacity, but much more about like having, the time and money to get the education, to specialize, to focus on one specific thing. Because our world is so complex that there is like, after sort of like basic level of knowledge and understanding to function in society, everything beyond that needs specialization. And you have to pick one, and to get that education, mostly what you need is time and, well, the money that pays for like food and shelter, like home and stuff while you're doing that. Because, you know, going to university to study mathematics and computer science, that's that's a lot of fucking time. And at that time, you're not working, because if you work like a part-time job to finance your studies for computer science, it will probably drag down your, your grades and everything, because you spend much more time, you know, waiting in bars or working whatever that you should or could otherwise spend at home, going through like mathematical proofs and stuff like that. So that's why it's not so much something that has to do with like intelligence, and so much more with having the ability, or like the resources to actually specialize in one specific field. And that's just like, unfortunately, how, like, a result of living in a very, very complex world. AI is never going to score high in IQ tests unless we train it specifically to do IQ tests. And at that point, we should probably only put it in charge of solving IQ tests. A lot of it is privilege, Chad. Yeah, yes, that's kind of the problem. So much of it is, in fact, private privilege, and that's something that, takes a while to realize. Because, yeah, studying is unfortunately harder than it sounds from the outside. And yeah, having the time and money to do that for like 3 years or whatever. Yeah, like 3 years for like a bachelor's degree, basically. Not everyone has that, no matter their like intellectual abilities. I don't know. Supervillain sounds like way too much work. Like, if like, what I want is just, to not worry about money, and be able to just sit at home and read books all day and do whatever the fuck I want. I'm happy with that. Unfortunately, I'm closer to that. Well, I don't have enough money, but beyond that, I'm much closer to it than I should be. Elon is just not a good supervillain because he's not good at anything really. Like, he lacks the focus. No, I don't think you're trolling. It is unfortunately all about the henchman. That is sadly true. I think, and like, another thing that I've noticed in particular when it comes to things like computer science, law, and so forth, because stuff has become so incredibly specialized. An issue that we have these days is that, because all of the time in your education is basically taken up by learning specialized knowledge within that specific field, basic understandings of social dynamics, things like ethics, responsibility, all of that kind of stuff is so much reduced and pushed to the wayside. Like, I took one course at university in computer ethics, and that was voluntary. I did that because I wanted to, and because I did, philosophy as a minor at the same time. So I was like, hey, let's do that. But like, no one had to do that. And yeah, I don't know, if you if you start doing, say, work in, say, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, or even, things like network security, all of that kind of stuff, and you have never in your life taken even like a cursory glance at any like ethics book, I don't know if that's a good thing. You know what I mean? And that's like a big danger with like further and further specialization, that the people that are able to do things don't necessarily have like the larger understanding that answers the not the can I but the should I question, right? And that is a big problem there. An island fortress, but like that's not supervillain stuff. That's just like having enough money to buy an island fortress and then never do anything after that. Which, yeah, I'll do that. I mean, I can't afford it, but I would totally do that. Hey Joe, how you doing? Ethics is unfortunately not very bureaucratic. Because you never know who are really great people. That's the point, right? You can't actually judge that, because greatness is not exactly something you can quantify. And that's like the underlying problem that you have with a lot of it, which is, for example, one of the reasons why so many people in, say, the AI field, the Silicon Valley larger area, when they talk about stuff like ethics, they gravitate towards like a very specific very sort of like rudimentary, basic, misunderstood version of utilitarianism, where it's like, well, the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and we turn that into like a mathematical function, and we just like solve for the maximum, right? And that's easy, which is unfortunately not how that stuff works. Because you can't quantify these kind of things. You can't even quantify intelligence, because we still have no working definition of intelligence. In the larger field of psychology and sociology, there is no working definition of intelligence, um, much less anything beyond that when it comes to, say, moral capacity or whatever. We don't have that. IQ is something that was made up by a couple of Frenchmen in the early 20th century, when the job was to find out which students, high school students, needed additional like teaching to get them up to speed, so they could keep up with their classmates. That's where like original intelligence tests came from. The goal was to find out who needs more assistance. It was not to find out who's the smartest. It was the opposite. It's like, who are the people that we need to help more so they can actually catch up and become as educated as everyone else, which is a very, very different thing. And then someone in the eugenics field in America decided that, hey, why not just pick the smartest people, and then why not actually make sure that those people then breed with each other, because then they'll have like even smarter kids, and we can have all of those people then once again hook up with each other, so we get even smarter grandkids and so forth. And that is something that literally actually happened like that at Stanford University in the early half of the 20th century, which is bad. And there might be some connection with all the intelligence focused eugenics stuff going on at Stanford University, say all the way until like the 1950s. And people that have still connections to Stanford University after that, all the way up to now. And all of those Silicon Valley freaks like Peter Thiel and so forth, who went to and are associated with, well, Stanford University. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you know, right? So intelligence is not something that exists as a valid concept. It's a made up number that then gets maximized or supposedly maximized through methods that don't work. Because there's a group of people who believe that as soon as you can formalize a problem into like a mathematical equation, all you need to do, well, at that point, you just have an engineering problem. And there are things that we can't quantify, that we can't turn into into engineering problems. And a certain group of people doesn't understand that. Oh, nice, Joe. So the next audiobooks are coming. I am excited. Nice, nice, Joe. Speaking of intelligence and stuff, I don't know how many of you have watched those clips that went around on like recently from the founders of Kalshi that we're betting on war crimes kind of platform that is now tied into CNN, and they did like an interview thing at Citadel Securities, which is one of those really evil hedge funds, and that guy and that girl are some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever heard talking. Like they make even Elon Musk you know, almost sound eloquent. And yeah, they're worth millions and they shape our future. And it was insane to see that. Like they probably have had a good education, I assume so, because otherwise you don't have enough money. You don't have necessarily access to, the kind of capital that you need to fund that kind of platform to begin with. But holy shit, like you watch that clip and it doesn't turn you into like a like actual aggressively violent revolutionary Marxist. I don't know, because and they're like, yeah, well, the goal is to monetize everything, and then like, so why? Because then everyone can make money out of it. It's like, you sure about that? Have you thought through that? But like, I was not making this up. The whole thing about like Stanford eugenics, that is very much the first two or three presidents of Stanford University were very much into the idea of using Stanford University as a place where the most intelligent people could meet, mingle, and hopefully create families that would have like even smarter, kids. A project that in not too well, in the very recent past, one Jeffrey Epstein also had, with an idea of like, why not collect sperm from Nobel Prize winners to, you know, and if you read a book by Nick Bostrom, it is called Superintelligence, which you really shouldn't, no matter what other booktubers tell you about how it is probably the best book on artificial intelligence that you need to read. It's not. But one of the paths that Nick Bostrom lays out to create a superintelligence is have, you know, breed humans for higher intelligence scores and higher IQ scores, because clearly that will also make us, well, as a species, ever smarter and smarter and smarter. We might also reach superintelligence status that way. That is literally in that book, just to be clear. But we're also talking about the guy who in the 1990s wrote an email where he said that he personally liked the sentence, I'm quoting here, blacks are less intelligent than whites. That's what he said he believed. He also used the N-word and then later apologized for using the N-word, but never retracted the statement that he believes that you know there's IQ differences between that are tied to skin color, which, yeah, I don't know, might explain why all the AI dudes are fucking racist, I guess. But yeah, that's the problem with that whole idea of like smarter or greater people putting those in power. Those are just terms that are really, really difficult to define because, right? They can't be defined easily. They can sometimes be defined in hindsight, where you go like, well, this clearly was a really, really smart person, like a really impressive person in one way or another. But you can only do that in hindsight, and you can't test that because you can't put that into numbers. And the idea that you can compress everything into numbers because that makes it, both quantifiable and then marketable. Well, that's a fundamental tenet of a wonderful thing called neoliberalism, where everything needs to be commodified because then the market can solve all the troubles that we have, which is not how that works. Because things like not everything needs to be commodified. Because as soon as you commodify something, as soon as you do that, you you expropriate it from people. You take it over. You take over places and things that have before then been completely free. That's the whole enclosure debate, one after the other. And it first happened with land, and then it happened with time, and then it happened with labor, or first land, then labor, then time, and then obviously also money. Uh, have you read the speculative whiteness one by Jordan Carroll Ori? Because he does specifically look into the alt-right's fascination with Khan and the way they are really struggling and bending over backwards to ignore that Khan is very much not very Germanic coded in a lot of ways, and how they're trying to justify that clearly what is meant is the white superhuman, white Übermensch, and not something else. It's really fascinating. I mean, it only has 3 chapters, so that's already a lot. But I think the Khan stuff is in chapter 2, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, the Khan thing is essential for their like misunderstanding of stuff. Because it does, in that specific form of reading, it does tie into the weird sort of like there's climatological race science bullshit, right? The idea that people in Nordic climates have the ability to look into the future because they have to, right? Because you have the dark, all those dark and cold winters, so you need to plan ahead, and that makes people that live in the north, i.e., white dudes, according to them. I don't know how they fit people, indigenous people in, say, Central Asia, Siberia, Alaska, and so forth into that. I presume they don't. Um, but that's the idea. So it's that whole weird, like 17th century climate ethnography, where like the people in warm climates are all lazy and so forth because they don't have to plan ahead, and they take that to the next level, where they're like, well, only Nordic people can in fact imagine a future because they are genetically and geographically predisposed to doing that, which is why only white dudes can write science fiction according to them, which is obviously bullshit, but it explains why a lot of those people around Fox Day and Richard Spencer and all those white supremacist assholes got so upset when someone like N.K. Jemisin won a Hugo Award, because clearly she was not supposed to do that by you know because of racism. It's fascinating how dumb it all is, but like how deeply ingrained it is, because that whole climate theory is something you find in fucking Rousseau, and it was debunked like back in like the 18th century, and they're still sort of like clinging to it and reviving it every couple of years, and it's the only cool Knights Templar are the ones described in Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco, which is mostly about them being gay, I guess. Looking for incoherence in Roger Zelazny is a very, very deep hole indeed. I think like with Zelazny, what I like about Zelazny is that he is or was very much like a mixed bag, and that he was, like doing everything, and some of it is incredibly good, and some of it is incredibly weird, and it's one of these like he just like goes for everything, and the things that work really well, and the things that don't work in interesting ways by which you go by which I mean you go like, well, the fuck. And I appreciate that sort of like wildness. There's a certain level of experimentalism in there that I don't think the current sort of like publishing industry allows authors. Not that like Zelazny ever was like that much of a bestseller to begin with, and so forth, but so that might be part of it. But like, yeah, technically, I guess self-publishing allows for that sort of like freedom of experimentation, but it's so hard in like the current like space to even hear of like stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I'm very happy that we have all of that Zelazny stuff, even though some of it just like is strange. But I mean, when it comes to like Crusaders in science fiction novels, I mean, the result is that like the best one is still the High Crusade. But that's an interesting question, like a question I have for you, Thornall. How good are Romanian translations? Because translations are only as good as the translator, I guess. And I'm always like, some countries have or some books and some publishers have really good translations, and sometimes it's just not that good. Ida, that sounds wild, but then just listen to or don't listen to like Joe Rogan and what's his face Graham Hancock talk about the fucking pyramids, and you'll understand why Zelazny, with that idea of like deconstructing and filming the pyramids, was very much ahead of his time there in one of the saddest ways possible. All right. That is depressing. I like this translating council chamber as soldiers' dining hall because they might be the same thing after like a Viking invasion or something, right? And that's like the really sad thing. That's kind of what Jeff Bezos planned for the Earth is, right? Because his like dream is to build all these what I call like these tubular like habitats in space where humanity can live, and then we can turn all of Earth into like a national park, and people can just visit and watch the beauty. So it's not aliens, but it's uh, Jeff Bezos' dream. I keep forgetting the name. They call it something something cylinders after the physicist who well mentioned them. Invented, I think, is already a bit too much because it's similar to like Dyson sphere, something that someone just made up because they needed it as an example somewhere or as a joke. And that's like a thing. Like I knew people like second episode, like a friend of a friend. Let's put it that way. Worked as a translator for that previously mentioned German publisher Heine, and they were like, I mean, they were paid like cents per word for translating. They did that as a student, like a student job, translating then fantasy novels that then got published in German. So I understand where that translation issue comes from because I like if that's the German level, I assume the Romanian one is not going to be much better, right? So there's like no like serious like quality control or anything of that sort afterwards. Just to be clear, like I meant that because like in the German like fantasy market, because it's like Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, there's still like a relatively large market with relatively well comparatively large sums involved, like numbers involved, and if that market is not willing to spend more on like good quality the translations, I presume the much smaller Romanian language market is going to spend even less, right? Well, before the revolution, they were okay. Um, for a moment, I thought they were all done by Ceausescu's wife, who also did like all the other stuff. I keep forgetting her name, but since she was like in charge of all the science and everything else, I figured she was also in charge of translations. So much for the market, right? Yeah, Elena. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the same everywhere. Like, obviously, Stephen King gets good translations in Germany, and Tolkien gets like expensive translations, and Harry Potter got like really good, expensive translations, and all of that kind of stuff, right? But even with something like Malazan, it's already less, and from there on, you can see like it goes downhill, which is obviously sad because sales numbers don't necessarily mean literary quality, because you don't need to be the most, how can I say this, verbose person to do a good translation of a Stephen King novel, because his style is a very straightforward kind of thing. But for translations of, say, Malazan Book of the Fallen, you kind of need to know a lot of English and a lot of German to do that kind of thing justice. But obviously, the Stephen King book gets like a much higher budget and the much more skilled and whatever translator, and you know. Yeah, lead chemist, I know, but she also did part of the designs for that massive palace of the people, or whatever it's called, that insane building in Bucharest. I think she did at least some of the designs for that, or not the design, then at least like the interior decorations and shit. Like, you know, I guess what we've learned from that is Nicolae Ceausescu, definitely wife guy. Yeah. I mean, what's a doctor of chemistry anyway? But it's nice to see that, like, even dictators can actually have like true love and everything. So I'm happy. I'm happy for that couple. I mean, look at like Donald and Melania. Does that look like true love? I don't know. But Nicola and Elena, I think that was true love. Yeah, exactly. A title. And what's a title in like a dictatorship, right? Yeah. Um, but your parents were not doctors of chemistry in Romania, Joe, right? That's kind of the problem there. Although I suspect that they were like very much like actual qualified uh, people in chemistry in Romania as well. It's just that you know the the first lady was a bit of a problem. I mean, Brooklyn, New York is basically like communist Romania, or will be like once Zoran Mamdani takes over, right? That's what I've heard. With like Vogue Sharia law and everything. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like Thornall, like, right? They're like terrible, terrible people, but at the same time, at least, at least they really love each other, which very few dictators seem to have that. That is both one of the funniest and one of the sweetest things you can do. If you run an entire country, to do that for your wife is amazing. I have no idea, Chadia. It's kind of complicated. It's something that Andrew Cuomo kind of hinted at, and I suspect it means that everyone has to eat from halal carts and has have neo pronouns. I think that's kind of the mix. Everyone is a they them, but they have to eat halal. I guess it's complicated. I don't think anyone has thought that through. It's what happens when people try to be both Islamophobic and anti-communist at the same time and try to turn it into one thing. Um, it's you know, it doesn't make sense. But it does kind of sound cool. But I guess we'll find out in like a couple of months, like 2 months or so. No, it's interesting how far that whole like weird that New York mayor like election, how far that like moved both in like the internet, but like even outside of the internet, like the amount of like articles that like German newspapers had in the run up to that mayoral election in New York was incredible. Where I'm like, well, look, it's just an election, and the way that even German newspapers, like even supposedly left wing, left slight not left wing, but like you know on the left-ish side of the spectrum, what you might call social democrat or whatever. So I guess hardcore leftists in the US, I don't know, the Der Spiegel, for example, which is sort of the slightly progressive liberal, whatever, big sort of weekly newspaper in Germany, right? They were like so much Andrew Cuomo and Mamdani will not be able to do any of these things, and I'm like, hey, why do you really care that much? Why are you why are you so concerned with this? And on the other hand, it's like the things he's like Mamdani was proposing are very much the kind of thing that we, in a lot of ways, stuff that we have in Germany. So why are you suddenly this skeptical? What has happened to your German correspondence in the US? What happened there? Have they all been like Trump pilled, or what's going on there? I know it was certainly interesting to watch that. I mean, it's not like it's really interesting or it's not that impactful to like Germany what happens in New York City. I just love the fact, like the moments when they were basically hinting that clearly Mamdani was somehow responsible for 9/11. Where I'm like, absolute fucking overachiever. If he did that at age 10, that's the kind of guy you want on your side. But yeah, it's I don't know. I was just like really fascinated by how much German media cared about it. But then I guess it's a way to sort of like talk about something that is not German politics because you don't want to actually take any position on like German internal politics because that's dangerous and very frustrating, I guess. It's yeah, I don't know. It's just not a good time right now, and the way that Germany has gone since the last elections is unfortunately incredibly frustrating. And the way our new chancellor is willing to basically cede every argument to the AfD and become as racist as possible in the hopes that that will actually work, which it never does. Because if you're like the Christian Democrats, sort of like center right, whatever party, trying to appeal to the right wing and the voters of the right wing party by becoming racist is never going to work because they already have a racist party. They will never go over to you guys just because you're now racist as well, because it will always look like a fucking sellout to them, right? They'll never take you seriously. But that's where everyone is going. So they like Christian conservatives move to the right. So the Social Democrats feel like they also have to move to the right, and you lose more and more like people on, but obviously on the left, because no one ever cares about like people who have like actual leftist positions. Because that's always been a relatively small-ish group of people, but you also lose more and more people with like fairly, fairly regular centrist positions, or stuff that was like centrist positions like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, because you move away from them and they're suddenly also like supposedly left wing, which is really weird. And I don't know what's going on there, but it's really frustrating to see all of that. I mean, deleting the Twitter app is always a good thing to do. With Farage, I have no idea how that is working out. He's still reformed though, right? Which I don't know if it matters that much whether it's Farage or some other guy, as long as it's a reform. And you, isn't that like a massive sin, fucking Messiah? I mean, I don't know. Depending on your views on homosexuality and the gender of Messiah, I feel like that might be really, really dangerous. Ah, Green Party. Is like the Green Party actually getting like rising that much in the polls in the UK? Um, well, I mean, then at least the fucking Messiah thing makes sense. I get it. Okay, and I wasn't aware that like Green Party is actually, you know, gaining ground in the UK, because they always felt like even less relevant than like the Lib Dems, which is already saying a lot. But I mean, I guess that's kind of the thing, that like with the UK doing the same thing, right? Like Labour, especially under Keir Starmer, has moved so far to the right that they're basically like, well, we're like the Tories, just slightly more, functional and less annoying about it, but we still do the same thing. So they have left a larger and larger and larger space to sort of like even like the center left, mildly progressive area. We're not talking radical communists or anything of the sorts, right? We're just talking like people that feel that maybe climate change is something we should deal with, and maybe sometimes being nice to people is a good idea. And once you lose all of those people, and that's most people, because most people don't want to be dickheads, or don't want to think of themselves as being dickheads, let's put it that way, right? um yeah, you leave space for someone, for people like the Green Party in that regard. So yeah, good for them. And the other part that is important about that is like, as soon as like polls show that like something like the Green Party and other left-ish ideas suddenly rise up in the polls, ideally that will frighten groups like Labour to also change their politics, adjust their politics in a way, because so much of like party politics in the West in general is driven by fear, like by fear of politicians going like, oh no, what if we lose that? They're playing it as safe as possible and playing it according to specific polls. So whoever is the loudest is sort of like where they're going, and that's not how you actually do politics. That's you know one of the big problems there. And Germany is very much doing that at the moment, and it's really, really frustrating. Yeah, Chad, yeah, look, the UK should do a lot of things. They might also try about, reinvesting into, like, I don't know, reinforcing school buildings and stuff like that, because they're like literally falling down and stuff like that. Like, you know, it turns out privatizing everything is not the best idea. It turns out Margaret Thatcher has a lot to answer for. But you did your politics A level in Denmark, right, Ida? I assume so. I mean, Demitrek, like, basically, it depends on the country where you are. Like in Germany, you have like usually like something like 4 to 5 parties in parliament that could form coalitions, and as soon as enough people, as soon as you have like more than 50%, you can form a government and do stuff. Um, in the UK, it's mostly 2 parties, so it's either Tories or Labour. Um, and sometimes it's another party, so they have to form a coalition, usually with the Lib Dems. Tories also with those 2 or 3 insane traitors from Northern Ireland, the Unionist Party, which I feel like everyone hates, including the Tories. Um, uh, and in France, it's like everyone against, the fascists. Uh, and as soon as they have their government, then the government will also kick all the leftists that help them to defeat the fascists, because that's like how French politics have worked all the time. And this has been going on for the last 20 years or so, until maybe at some point the former Front National, now Rassemblement National, will actually win the next elections, because Emmanuel Macron is, well, bad at his job, to put it mildly. So that's European politics. That's Western European politics. Don't ask me about the Netherlands or Belgium. Belgium usually has elections and then doesn't have a government for like 5 years. I think that's roughly how Belgian politics work. And Dutch politics are weird, and I don't know about those. And in Poland, it's a somewhat moderate prime minister and a definitely right wing president at the moment. And I think the president is once again from the piss party, but I might be wrong about that, because, I don't pay attention to politics. Ah, okay. So you did it in the UK. But they have agreed to be a government? I mean, I like I remember like when the last time when everyone was like, "So does Belgium have a government yet?" And it's like, "No, but we just broke the record of not having a government from the last last election." So, which is good, I guess. No, that is in fact the name of the right-wing conservative party. There's an even further right-wing party in Poland, but it's called PiS, P-I-S, which I keep forgetting what it stands for, but it's I think something like farmers and values or something like that. Um, that's just like their right-wing party. It's the one led by the Kaczynski brothers until one of them died in that plane crash years and years ago, and the other one went completely insane. Not yet, because I've read the first Covenant trilogy. I have not yet read the Great. Is it called Great Gods War? And then there's like the Gap Cycle. I know they're supposed to be really good. I just haven't gotten around to them. I know Jared, the fantasy thinker, is like a huge fan. Yeah, that one about the university definitely sounds like a bad life choice. Have you read more Donaldson, or have you read any Donaldson by now, Biggest? Because I don't remember if you've read the Covenant trilogy. I think like my problem with like something like Donaldson is that those are usually series. They come in like trilogies at least, and I can't just read a book and then read something else and then go back to the say like to the second book of the trilogy. I kind of need to read all of them in like one go, and that means I need to sort of like commit and go like, well, I need to get all three books, and then I need to sit down and read all three books in one go, and that makes it kind of harder to start with all of these, which is why I haven't gotten back to fucking Tad Williams either. It's like I have all the final like the second Ostenard, like the Last King of Ostenard books. I have them now, and I'm like, yeah, I should probably start them, and then I never did, or haven't done so yet. Hey, Kale, how you doing out there? How is that Sunday morning in Australia? Oh. I love the whole like time zone spectrum that we have here. Like you're still at work over there. Kale is already somewhere on Sunday morning, and here it's 10 p.m. And I guess for Biggest it's like and Ida it's 9 p.m. Let me check that. But so now that I've finished Charya, now that I've finished Butcher of the Forest, which was a buddy read, or is a buddy read with Kat, Fairy Librarian Kat. And the next one that I'm going to buddy read with Kat is Glorious Exploits, and I don't think she wants to do that right away. I guess if I can, let me check out if I can get that. It was free for a while, at least on Audible. But if I can get it, I could technically start it like next week, like Tuesday-ish, I guess. Because then I can do River of Gods tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday, so I can continue because I want to do that because it's post Indian. It's a century after Indian independence, so it feels like a natural sort of like next step after reading 10 Incarnations of Rebellion. But after that, let me. Um, let me see, because then we could totally do that this week if you have. I don't know where you are with your reading right now. Let me see. We can definitely do it this week if you want to. I love that Crowley does, in fact, narrate the entire audiobook, which is like 24 hours. Which makes it, I guess, something like 600 to 700 pages, roughly. Sure. Then we can totally do that and read John Crowley's Little Big. Not like I always like when authors read their own books, narrate their own audiobooks, but I've rarely seen someone actually tackle like the whole like something of that like length, because 24 hours is a lot, because you can assume that recording it is not just like reading it once through. It's like it takes a lot more time than just like 24 hours to narrate that audiobook. So good for him to actually sit down and do that. Now that's good. Then we can totally do. See, and suddenly I know what I'll read. My reading plans fill up. It's amazing. And maybe at some point I will still read fucking Last of the Mohicans or something to get back into that weird Western stories of the 19th century thing. maybe I'll even read one Karl May biography, because the guy is really fascinating and weird in a lot of ways, and there's like so much myth making around him. Like he trained to be a teacher, but then he was imprisoned for theft because apparently he stole a classmate's watch. And because he had to go to prison, he could not actually work as a teacher. He was banned from working as a teacher, and that's when he turned to being a con man and disguised himself as a doctor, a medical doctor, to grift money off people, and that got him into prison again. And then he read a lot of stuff in the prison library, and then he got out and grifted a con man some more, and then got back into prison. After all of that, he became editor of a bunch of newspapers and started writing stories. And that's the youth story, and that's the origin story of Karl May, Germany's most successful author. Which is still insane. The man, like, the only German technically author that sold more copies of books than Karl May. He's fucking Martin Luther with his translation of the Bible. It, you know. Yeah, that Karl May is insane. Like, he sold 200 million copies. There are like 200 million Karl May novels have been sold worldwide, and about 100 million of those were in like German language. So to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, I guess. And yeah, as I said, 3 times in prison as a con man, as a thief, and then Germany's the most successful author. Which is just so fascinating, because he invents all these adventure stories, and when you read his own biography, you're like, holy shit. Your life story would make for such a good story itself. Like, why not write like stories about that? So yeah, which is why I thought about like maybe reading like a biography and doing like an intro video where I just go through the biography and sort of like give sort of like background to all of that, so we can build on it. Because once again, I feel like hugely influential in like German culture, like all the way until today. With Albert Einstein saying it's like his most important like thing in his childhood was Karl May. Like it's like this quotes from Albert Einstein going like, yeah, he was like probably the most important thing in my childhood and youth, and in my darkest hours, I still turn to the comfort of Karl May novels. That's Albert Einstein. Adolf Hitler, favorite novelist, Karl May. Arnold Schwarzenegger, favorite novelist that made him that gave him the courage to become a bodybuilder, then actor, and all of the things, Karl May. He is the root of all evil in so many ways. And all because Germany did not allow him to become a teacher for one measly watch. So that's kind of why I'm excited to do the Karl May thing this year, because there is so much other weird shit around it that it is fascinating to talk about. It's just like strange guy. And the movies from the 60s are absolutely fascinating in a lot of ways, because you have like you had like two versions of Karl May movies in the 60s. You have like the ones that were done in the GDR, in communist Germany, with Gojko Mitic as Winnetou, and then you have the ones done in the West with Pierre Brice from France as Winnetou, and both were like formative for both the East and West of Germany, and the rest of Europe in a lot of ways, because the West German ones were filmed in at the time Yugoslavia, and have so there's a lot of like actors from the Balkans in there as well, and it's it's a whole thing. It's like, imagine you go to Germany and you enter Germany, and there is like the Germany and then you go through this you open this wardrobe, and behind it is the other Germany, and there everyone is dressed up like a Native American, and that's the actual real Germany. You've just like been fooled by the other one. That's basically what we'll find out when we do the when we do Kalmas this year. But the searching for Winnetou uh, documentary that Ori mentioned, it is on YouTube in incredibly low resolution, and it's on Vimeo in high resolution. But when I tried to access it on Vimeo, it wanted age verification, and I was too lazy to actually, and I didn't want to send them like a selfie at the time I was trying to do that, because I'm like, probably not a good idea right now. So and I don't care about resolution, but like highly recommend watching that. It's really good. It's like 40 minutes or so, and it's about well, it's done by a Canadian First Nation artist who travels to Germany and looks at like a lot of like the German native Native American reenactment stuff, and talks to different people about why is everyone so insane in Germany. So yeah, highly recommend watching that if you like either on Vimeo or well, on YouTube or wherever you want to watch it. If you want like a 40-minute sort of like quick introduction of like how insane Germany is. I'm really excited to reread River of Gods, then I guess tomorrow, because I'll start rereading it because it was my second Ian MacDonald myth. The first one I read was Dervish House, which is really good and set in Istanbul. And then I went for River of Gods, but that's like 15 years ago, something like that, I guess. And my understanding of, well, both, you know, global history, global politics, and the English language has definitely improved a lot since then. So I'm curious to find out how it reads differently now compared to then. Then I found it incredibly impressive. Impressive. It's India, artificial intelligence, and other weird stuff. Wait, has the can you still hear me? Is this still going, or has my internet frozen? Because I don't get any messages in the chat anymore, and that might just be because you're tired of me talking, or it might just be because the no, I guess we're still going. Good. For a moment, it felt like the stream had maybe shut down, which we obviously don't want. um, I don't know. But after the whole like punching, dropping a grizzly with one punch, and Schwarzenegger explaining that it was his inspiration, I kind of understand where the camel scene in Conan the Barbarian comes from, right? Very good, Joe. Thanks. No, it's certainly fine. You can be totally quiet. That's I was just I was like checking whether the clock is still running on like the stream and everything, and I'm like, it didn't update for a moment. I'm like, wait, is the stream stopped? Is it just something else? You never know. The internet is, after all, a big mystery, and YouTube is not exactly known for really good service. I mean, I guess it's kind of impressive for like the amount of video they actually push out and down all the time. Like the sheer traffic, it is kind of good, but not always good. Like if all of you take like a toilet break, you could have just told me, and I would have taken one as well. Best gig of the year? That's a good question. I might still have that because there's still a chance I go and see the Monica Russia Big Band on the 27th of December, which is weird, progressive jazz, heavy metal big band stuff. Before that, who? Possibly a reconstruction tour with Pennywise, Propagandy, and Fall. What's the other one? It was like 5 punk bands. So that was really good. I really enjoyed that post-punk thing I went to spontaneously last Sunday, where I'm still wearing the Guillotine shirt from, which is, German language post-punk, with lyrics that would probably just like get you, well, very much not into the US right now because it turns out that being against capitalism and being pro women's choice and, stuff like that is apparently bad. Um, can't you just mix coffee and Baileys? Isn't that like an option? um, uh, favorite book this year. Now, I'm really bad with that. Propaganda, yeah. Canadian punk band, one of the best records that came out this year. It's called At Peace. It has a wonderful 19th century painting as cover artwork, which is, of course, Custer's Last Stand. And yeah, really good band, really good sort of like progressive metal hardcore kind of stuff. What else did I see this year that was really good? Like, if we're talking like individual, like festival gigs, it gets even more difficult. But like the whole like propaganda, Pennywise, and so forth was just like a lot of fun. The last weekend was just like surprisingly because I did not know the band, and like a friend who was staying here after the protest was like, "Hey, on my way back to Karlsruhe, we can go there. It's like an afternoon matinee show. It starts at like 2 p.m. Let's just go there." And I'm like, "Sure." And then the opening band started, and we're like, "Fuck! I guess we both got to buy some records now." Um, like for book, I need to think. I mean, obviously, No Life Forsaken was great. So the thing is, like, this year is like a year where like books came out that I was not expecting to ever see. By which I mean, like, Lies Weeping by Glenn Cook was not a book I had on my list until like last year, late last year when it was announced. I'm like, holy shit, another Glenn Cook book, another Black Company book. I was very anxious because what if it's bad? And then you got the announcement that like there is going to be a new Thomas Pynchon novel, and I'm like, holy shit! I was not counting on that one, and then there it was, and both of them were not maybe the best books by these authors, but they were good, like really good. So I enjoyed those. So that was pretty good. I've heard about the Lotland stuff. I've never read that. Yeah, I know Joe. I know Joe, but it's like with if your favorite author, your favorite band, whatever, puts out a new thing, especially with Cook after like 10 years and Thomas Pynchon, when was the last that was like 2013, like also like 12 years since Bleeding Edge, and like especially with like someone like Pynchon where we're like, is that guy still alive? Because obviously you never know with Pynchon because he doesn't talk to anyone. And then out of the blue there's like a new novel, and it's like, okay, fuck yeah. um All right, I'll think about it some more, and I'll just quickly run to the bathroom, and you guys entertain yourselves for like 2 minutes, and then maybe I'll have an actual answer because that gives me time to actually think about the books that I read this year, which were a lot, and then I forgot about most of them, which is bad. All right. I remembered one that I did not talk about before because it was the first book I read this year. Um, one of the first that came out this year, and that was, of course, Death of the Author by Nnedi Okorafor, which is incredibly impressive as a novel. Stranger the Dreamer, that's Liam's novella, right? No, that's something, that's Dreamer Awake. Sorry, I got confused there for a second. Bedlam Bride. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is such a good novel. It does so many good things. I just wish the whole like fucking Napoleonic War part was a bit shorter because it felt so pointless. But in general, it is really good. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to join that read along thing that Greg at another bibliophile reads, and some others are doing in January. So I'm going to go back to Gravity's Rainbow, and yeah, it's been a while. It's a fun book. But yeah, I think like Death of the Author is just such a really, really good book in how many things Nnedi Okorafor does sort of like balance and just juggle with, and it works out so well. So I was just like really impressed with that. And that's like from books that came out this year. Obviously, I just reread Vineland by Thomas Pynchon, and that's a really good book. And I did read I did read my first Stephen Graham Jones, and Buffalo Hunter was a very, very positive surprise for me. Well, not surprise, but as someone who doesn't read that much horror, I get a lot out of it, and that was, yeah, amazing. This is like at least the second or the third stream where you at some point have to rescue a mouse because your cat is in front of the couch. The trees was really, really good. I enjoyed the trees. And I did really have a lot of fun with the A History of the African American People as proposed by Strom Thurmond and told to Everett and James Kincaid. Yeah, that's the other one. And because it's so over the top, meta fictional kind of thing, I had so much fun with that one. But yeah, the trees is really good, and I don't know, maybe at some point I will actually read James. I just with the two Everett books that I've read so far, I just like the when I started the trees, I was not expecting it to become sort of like this over the top weird. Like not weird, but like to become this postmodern in a way, right? I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be more depressingly serious. So I was kind of surprised when I read The Trees, and after Chadia telling me to read some Everett for like half a year. So yeah, I don't know. It's been a lot of books. I really enjoyed Silvio Moreno Garcia's The Bewitching. I just, it's not the best book I've ever read, but it's really good. And there's something in her writing that just really connects with me, where I'm like, her approach of like taking something and being really nerdily obsessed with like one specific thing is really cool. I just like that. I can very I can connect to that, and The Bewitching has this really good, really cool sort of combination of 30s pulp horror writing and stuff, and with all the cross references to all these different characters and all these different, you know, there's some Lovecraft and Fritz Lieber, and Fritz Lieber's wife references in there, which is all really good and really cool. And then you have the more like Easter egg stuff in there, and then you have like your original like Mexican folklore stuff, your Mexican folklore horror witches, which are blood drinking, flying witches, which not what your European style of witchcraft is, and mixing that just worked really well. And then they went down like Pickman's alley, and I'm like, oh, Pickman, that was sneaky. I caught that Lovecraft reference. And then she's talking about like the library, and there's all these portraits of the former deans of the English department, and it just lists all of these names, and in the middle of that is like Stephen Graham Jones, and I'm like, yeah, that's funny, because he's a professor of English literature, of course, right? So, it just it's good, and it's at the same time very much written by someone who has a lot of fun doing the thing they're doing, and I just really appreciated that. So I'm just, I did read like a lot of nonfiction this year, though, so I think that has certainly kind of blown up my reading list in a lot of ways. And there, the problem is like you read these books, you read like nonfiction, and I feel like it's difficult for me to go like this was like an excellent read, because the things I get out of a nonfiction book are very different from the things that I get out of a fiction book. And something like Know My Name by Janelle Miller, which is a memoir about well, sexual assault, and going through like all the systemic shit that happens if you actually, as a survivor of sexual assault, bring that to court and go through the American court system and so forth. That absolutely fucking wrecked me when I read it. So it was definitely an impressive read this year, but do I call it like, you know what I mean? Is that the best book I've read? It certainly hit me. And you should definitely read that at some point if you're interested, even remotely interested in understanding the sort of like larger systemic problems that we still have around any accusations of sexual misconduct and so forth in the world, like why it is so hard to overcome those systemic barriers in a lot of ways. Hey, Comrade Wolfie, how you doing? Yeah, it was a really hard book to read. I mean, obviously it is tied to like the American system, which is different in a lot of ways, different from like the German legal system. So there are some things where I'm like, it's different in Germany, but I know people, I know women who have had to deal with sexual assault in Germany and went to the police and had to go through the German version of this, which is different, but still, really fucked up because once again, chances of that stuff actually ending up in court and chances of then getting a conviction are incredibly slim in Germany as well. It's just that the system is different, works different here. So I don't know. Beyond that, I feel like when it comes to nonfiction this year, hmm, good question. Like that was really, really like harrowing for me. I know I learned so much. I feel like when it comes to stuff that is really important, Karen Howe's Empire of I feel is like should be required reading. It's just so important in both looking at like the general sort of like AI bubble, doing a lot of the why the whole thing is like fucked up, and she did like, and it's sort of like a compilation, and then putting all her previous reporting into like one book, but it looks at like the exploitation of click workers in the global south that are have to go through like training these models, and it looks at the whole level of like water extraction and like energy extraction, like the environmental costs and all that stuff of AI, and it pairs it with like the sheer insanity of the corporation OpenAI and Sam Altman as the massive piece of shit that he as a person is, and that I think is like a really really important book for anyone who wants to talk about the current AI sort of like bubble in a lot of ways. That I think was like very much a book that I was very happy. Well, not very happy, but like I feel it's a really important sort of nonfiction book for this year. Um, the same way that Hayek's Bastards by Quinn Slobodian, definitely same as Gilded Rage by Jacob Silverman. Very very angry book about a lot of very very angry, incredibly stupid and entitled motherfuckers that all should be mocked to hell because clearly, while all being fucking billionaires, they are the most insecure pieces of shit out there, like fucking Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, all of those people, stupid people, incredibly insecure motherfuckers that should be mocked all the time about how they look, about how they think, all of that stuff, which on fucking Twitter, because apparently that's where they spend all their time and that's where all their ego is invested. And every time you mock the way that Mark Andreessen looks, there's a non-zero chance he'll get a heart attack, and that I think is praxis. Um, I I try not to get hangovers. The trick is to drink water. Drink lots of water during the day. Drink water before you go to sleep. All of that. And I obviously sometimes get hangovers. Don't get me wrong, but I try to avoid that by drinking water. And like I didn't drink before starting the stream, and I will, So that's kind of the thing. Somehow I doubt that Elon Musk is in favor of UBI, so I wouldn't click on it. I mean, generally the idea of a UBI or something of that sort is certainly something I support because Like all the data that we have so far says that like having your basic needs of shelter and food and so forth met no matter what you do does actually make it easier for people to do all kinds of stuff. And most people won't just like stop working once they can just once like home and food is paid, but do still go to work or and so forth, because most people don't want to just like sit at home and stare at the wall. So there is that whole like, well, if we pay people basic income they won't work anymore, is not true. But it leads to a lot of like other things that make a society good. So generally I'm in favor of like a some form of basic income. How to actually do that, I haven't thought it through. It's not my main sort of like forte, because I'm not like a economist. I haven't studied economics. I try to not just stay drunk. I've done that at festivals, and it's sustainable for like 2 or 3 days for sure. But after that, it's rough. It's really rough. So I try not to do that. And during like winter, when I'm not at like festivals or whatever, I drink a beer when I record a video and when I do the streams. But I try to not drink too much outside of that, because it's unhealthy. And I try to go. I mean, I go to the gym like during weekdays, like Monday to Friday. I go to the gym in the morning, and turns out doing that while either drunk or hungover is a really, really bad thing to do. So I mean, the thing with Elon Musk is like he says so many things, and he doesn't understand any of them, and he doesn't believe any of them either. And that's like one of the most fundamentally weird things. I read that other book, not just the super intelligence one, but the last one that Nick Bostrom wrote. It's called Deep Utopia: Finding Meaning in a Solved World. And obviously, the term solved world should already give you all the shivers. But one of the fascinating things is that while he goes like, well, we have like super intelligence and it has solved all our problems, he's still talking about like how to distribute wealth. And I'm like, in a world where super intelligence and nano robots and all of that crap can solve all our problems, how the fuck are you still talking about how to distribute wealth? How does wealth even figure into that? And that's so fascinating. It's like it's easier to imagine the end of the world than imagine the end of capitalism. And that's kind of where you realize what Frederick Jameson, who originally coined that, and then later on Mark Fisher kind of took it over and popularized it, because Frederick Jameson is kind of fucking hard to read and Mark Fisher is not. Which is not me devaluating Mark Fisher. He's amazing, don't get me wrong. Anyway, that's when I first understood what he meant by this. We're like, yeah, we live in basically the culture, like Ian M. Banks's culture world. Computers, like AI and robots, can solve all our problems. They can make us smarter, make us live longer, and so forth. But we still need to figure out how to distribute money. It's like, why would money still be a thing? And it's not in the culture. Like Ian M. Banks is able to imagine a world that is post scarcity and post capitalist. By if machines can provide everything you need, then you don't need money, because you can just have whatever you want. But people like Sam Altman, people like Nick Bostrom, all of those people go like, well, we have the singularity, and then everyone is rich because we still have money. It's like, why would we? Why? And that's where the whole like UBI thing for those people, I feel, kind of becomes weird. I think you got that wrong. You need synthesizers and LSD. Holodecks don't come into unless LSD is holodeck. That makes sense. Sorry, I've been listening to like a lot of 70s prog rock of late, so yeah. And that's to bring that back to the theory part, right? When you Karl Polanyi is unfortunately one of those really interesting people that like everyone like very few people have read. Well, in economics and economic history, people have read Karl Polanyi, The Great Transformation, and decidedly not a Marxist and not a communist and not a socialist, but certainly not a fan of the form of capitalism that was around at the time as well. Um, and he's the one's like, well, what happened with capitalism basically enclosed and commodified, well, land, labor, and money, which is, where the gold standard comes in because you need scarcity so you can actually sell money because it's suddenly not just like a medium of exchange, but it's something to speculate on and invest in and so forth in itself, because that's how capitalism works. And that unless you embed that in society, and which is why the idea of like a truly liberated market doesn't work. You need to embed it in society because otherwise stuff breaks down, which is why the gold standard didn't in fact actually hold in the 1920s, which is like after the big stock market crash in 1929, which is after that one country after the other like broke with the gold standard to rebuild their economy, which is exactly what led to well, fascism and so forth at that point. So yeah, we don't necessarily need money as a money thing, right? We need a medium of exchange at some point, but that's it. That's Gary. It's economics, right? Um, I think I missed your question there, biggest. Because sometimes YouTube chat doesn't show me all the things because there's like weird stuff. Just like ask it again and I will totally answer it. I think I just missed it. I know of him. I haven't watched him much. I know he's the tax the rich guy, and I'm fine with that. I don't think that's enough at this point, but it's certainly a start. All right, Chad. Yeah, sorry. But that's the thing is like for whatever reason, the YouTube chat doesn't always show me everything, and when I look on Restream, there's a massive delay, like a much longer delay than on say YouTube chat. The Peter Thiel thing is so fascinating to me. Like I read the Peter Thiel biography, The Contrarian by Max Chafkin. It's a really good biography. I then watched an interview with Max Chafkin where I'm like less convinced, I guess. I have not, and not that I know. Oh, for fuck's sake! Got another spoiler. Got another spammer person on the fucking Discord. Biggest, can you kick that person on the Discord server? Because you know it's kind of difficult to do that while doing the stream thing. But apparently, someone has managed to once again spam every single fucking channel right now, which is so fucking frustrating. And I wish we have had like a way to actually do something about that. Oh fuck. I thought I had that solved. See, that's why I should not actually ever run an actual like Discord server. I don't think I've ever killed someone. I mean, you never know. I feel like hamsters are the kind of creature that like always get killed accidentally. That's much closer. That's much closer to like the German. No, I mean obviously it's very close to the German word. Hooray! Someone has kicked them. Wonderful. I mean, like the thing with like hamsters and guinea pigs and animals like that is that they are very small, so they have like a very fast, general like metabolism and everything, and there's very little you can actually do. That's what my sister says, and she's a veterinarian, so she probably knows what she's talking about. It's like the larger the animal, the more you can actually do, like medically wise, whether when it comes to like surgery or anything else. But because they have such a fast metabolism, it's like very difficult to do anything with like a hamster or guinea pig. Once they get like really sick, there's very little you can do because shit happens very quickly. Which is why I only want to have elephants or giant turtles as pets, because they are long lived and I don't have to deal with like all the grief. Thanks, because that's good. Greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing? What are you reading at the moment? Yeah, I can somehow I'm not allowed to have like a huge pile of uranium ore as a pet. I don't know what's wrong with with us there. Uh, the Shadow Rising, but the Shadow Rising is probably still one of the best ones in that series because it has both the Robin Hood thing and it has the Dune thing. So it's based on like two really good stories. So compared to some of the other books, I wonder what's. Also, just like having like a pet elephant would be really cool in general. Oh my, like like you know how like blind people get like guide dogs. I always wanted like a guide kangaroo because it would be really cool because you could kick people that annoy me, and that'd be really nice. Yeah, I don't know how much cats actually care about their people. Like with dogs, it's very, very, clear in a lot of ways. But I do believe that cats can be like it depends on the cat. They can be very, very tightly uh not just reliant, but like connected to a person. I've seen that with some cats, but I've also known cats that just like really don't care beyond like, hey, I'll be here like 3 times per day, and I and there better be food because otherwise I'll be really pissed. Oh yeah, when they're running around Emmons Field, that's the Robin Hood part, right? With Perrin and they're fighting they're fighting the fascist Ku Klux Klan Templars that are not supposed to be uh, that can't ever be like really fascist because they're kind of for the good guys, but still it's where the whole like weird Lord of Darkness and we don't have like an actual good god kind of thing breaks down because like how can you have like an inquisition for the good guys when there are officially no good guys and just bad guys? It kind of doesn't really work that well. So they obviously have to be possessed by the bad guys anyway. A raptor with swords for arms is also pretty good, yes. And I feel like a kangaroo would be really cool because then we can, I can go with my kangaroo to the store and I can buy some beer and just hang out there in some of the fields and just my pet kangaroo and I can get drunk. And if someone annoys us, we can just like the kangaroo can just like kick them until they go away. And I feel that is perfect. Well, he's the breadwinner. He doesn't also need, like comfort and everything. That's interesting because, like, when I visit my mother, right? her cat is oh, he's getting old at this point, but their neighbor's cat, they have like two cats, and one of them just constantly like sleeps in my mother's flat somewhere, and then and tries to eat all the food there, and is like very cozy at my mother's place, but actually lives supposedly lives next door. Okay. I don't know. Cats are just like weird in that regard. I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's just like the dogs that I've known have always been like very like bonding very clearly to like a one person and being very tightly bonded in that regard. It's like a I don't know. Maybe it also depends on like the kind of dogs I've known. Dungeon running. So it's like Dungeon Keeper, the video game, but in card game. I did not know that existed either. Like one of the like when I still had had a dog, like back in the day, uh, when I got married and also got a dog, and then then I got divorced and still had the dog. No, and the dog was got like very much connected to me because at the time I was writing my thesis, so I was at home trying to get through like artificial neural network stuff and things. And that dog knew a lot about artificial neural networks because I needed someone to talk to while my wife at the time was working. So all good, right? And the dog slept upstairs next to the record player because, you know, it's a cultured dog. And when I went to bed um, in my room and not, you know, in the common sleeping bedroom, because sometimes, you know, if you're working on like a thesis or whatever, you work late at night and what and so forth. And I went to sleep and like I went up into the bunk bed above me, and like 5 minutes after I climb up, that dog came downstairs, scratched at the door to curl up on a blanket under the bed to sleep here. And I'm like, you have a like really cozy dog bed up there. What's wrong with you, dog? And that one time, she didn't come down when I went to sleep, but like in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 in the morning, I wake up because the dog is running down the stairs right next to my room. So I, you know, the wall shakes and everything because it's not the most quiet or most sturdy of houses, right? Scratches at my door, and I'm fuck, maybe the dog is sick or something. So better get out and make sure that the dog is fine. I open the door. The dog looks at me, wags her tail, smiles at me, turns around, goes upstairs, and goes back to sleep. And I'm like, you just wanted to check if I'm still alive, right? Could you, you know, maybe wait until like 7 in the morning so I can wake up properly and don't do that like 3 in the middle of the night? Is that really necessary? But on the other hand, it's like really, you know, very touching and very dog-like in that regard. Nice. That sounds really good, Brigus. I have to look up the whole rules because this sounds like a really good, really fun game that I could definitely play with some friends and with like a standard card deck. That's even easier. That's really cool. All right, I'll look up the rules for scoundrel because this sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah. It's like, hey, you still alive? I'm like, I was sleeping. The thing you do all day. Well, not necessarily all day, but oh yeah. So yeah, I'll see if I can find like a good Karl May biography in one way or another to like because that's the other thing that I find so fascinating. Karl May is in Germany, is to Germans what Tolkien is to fantasy fans. Um, in that you have a lot of like pseudo academic stuff around, like papers written about the guy that are all about. Sorry for getting back to that, but I'll try to sort of keep stuff somewhat thematic and so forth, right? And there's always there's this like well we're doing research, we're having footnotes and everything, but it's also very clearly done from a certain perspective that is very much worshipful in a way, very respectful in a lot of ways, and I'm like, I don't think that works. At some point, you need to be critical, and you can still go like, look, he clearly wasn't a bad guy. He's not evil, and most of Karl May's racism is relatively benign racism. It's still racism, but you don't have to turn him into like the best person ever and trying to like if your research is all trying to find proof to defend the guy, that's not actual like research. And there's like one or two more serious biographies out there, but I need to find one and see if those exist in like an ebook format because I sure as hell don't feel like buying like a 500-page print book and scanning that by hand to then go through it by screen reader. That sounds like too much work. And by too much work, I mean like it'll take too much time. It's I don't like it's not full on hagiography because there's a difference there. There is definitely also hagiography happening. Don't get me wrong, but there's like if you read a lot of like Tolkien research, that is fairly well researched. Mm, in like even the fully like academic field and stuff, it is still very much fairly benign in the way that it's not actively changing facts or anything, but like avoiding the stuff that might be more controversial or so forth. So there's like more like lacunae in like the research in a lot of ways, and that's kind of the image I get from like the German Karl May stuff in a lot of ways. So, but there are at least two or three like serious sort of like biographies that look at all the problematic stuff as well. So there is research, but it's then it's so fucking niche that it's kind of difficult to get access to that. So I have to reach out to people that have access to different university libraries and see if they have access to stuff. And I'm saying this as someone who has read a lot of actual medieval hagiography for reasons, because I once had to write a term paper on Gregory of Tours, and I never finished that term paper because I got sidetracked by reading several thousand pages of research on Gregory of Tours, which is why I have, even though I was supposed to mostly look at his history of the Franks, I also read all of his hagiography, and I at that point knew way more about late antiquity, early medieval Frankish saints than I ever wanted to. Some really sick fucking miracles, though. yeah, I looked at like places like Libgen and Sci-Hub have a lot of stuff on it. I just need to comb through it and see what is actually usable, because I don't want it to turn into like another one of those, like, I'm gonna make this video like the AI video, the Mormon video, where I read like thousands and thousands of pages. Because if I do like an introduction to Karl May, this will happen before the 24th of December. So in like today's Saint Nicholas. So in actually not in 18 days. I have 18 days to get that thing figured out. So it can't be too much. So I have to more like look through what I can get and then pick out the things that work for like a quick video. I guess I'm kind of glad I don't have any of my children's carnival costumes and costume guns anymore, because I would be very much tempted to use those as props for because that's kind of the thing. Like still one of the most like one of the favorite sort of like children's costumes for carnival in Germany is either cowboy or Indian. Well, you know, the thing, Native American. And I had both things lying around somewhere, but it would be also like really bad to use that as props for the video. But I will, I'll see what I can do. I mean, I technically should also reread Edward Said to take the whole like Orientalism part, to use that for the it's still called the Orient cycle, so might be worth rereading Orientalism to point out why this stuff is bad. Well, we'll see. That's a problem for tomorrow's RAF, or maybe Monday's RAF. Tomorrow might be where I will talk about the butcher of the forest, maybe. I don't know if it's Europe as a whole. Germany definitely romanticizes and has a very specific way of romanticizing the West. But I feel that's very much like a German specific thing because of Karl May as an author, which is why at this point some of the best speakers of specific Native American dialects are Germans, because there's been like a very serious sort of like study and whatnot happening here for the last century or so, 150 years by now. So it is a form of romanticization, yes, but it's something. It's a weird combination, and I assume that other parts of Europe also have like a romantic view of the West, the American West, in one way or another. But I feel the German one is somewhat specific. It's complicated. That is true, Ida. We do very much romanticize the Middle Ages. What I find really interesting when it comes to Europe in the Middle Ages, though, which is like how Americanized it has become or anglicized it has become, because when you study actual medieval history, which I did at university, right, at least for a time, um, there's like very like England in the Middle Ages is its own thing, and parts of France are much closer to England when it comes to like how to organize society and all of that kind of stuff. Like in at least the sort of like high Middle Ages, basically. Um, whereas Germany or like the German lands, but it's the Holy Roman Empire uh, of the German nation, which goes all the way to what's Czech Republic these days, Romania, partly, definitely Hungary, and all of those places have a very very different sort of like culture, and the image of medieval Europe that is sort of like prevalent, even when German people nowadays romanticize the Middle Ages, it's very much dominated by this by the English and French image, like version of the Middle Ages, where once again this sort of like cultural hegemony, I guess, of like American or like Anglo-American media has sort of like taken over the image of the Middle Ages, even in places where it was decidedly different. And you could just like look at our own places. It's an interesting thing to look at, though. I don't know me what you mean by like what you think by like what they like who are the they that love the period where Europe was supposedly the whitest? That's kind of where I'm confused who you mean by they, because that's a big sort of like question. Also, like Europe as a whole is not exactly like a concept that exists at the time, right? One of the things that is interesting when you look at, especially like, I don't know, 10th, 11th, 12th century, when it comes to like Central Europe, like, parts of Germany, Czech Republic, like what is now Czech Republic, Slovakia, that whole area, right? Um, is a very different form of a feudal system compared to, say, the feudal system in England and France. It's much more reliant on like town councils and village councils, and councilmen have like a much larger say. You have like a lot of like local diets, you know, that form of council where which is has much larger like sort of like input and say on like how the liege lord can like how much a lord can sort of like influence and change things in the land that they kind of rule, compared to a much stricter sort of like hierarchical system that you have in the British Isles, in England in particular, and that you have in France, for example. And that is when you talk about like the image of like medieval history in like the media and so forth, it's always like the king says, and then all the dukes say, and then the people below that are all just like fucking peasants. It's like you go to say some places in Saxony or Bohemia or whatever. It's like the local lord says, "Hey, do this," and then all the townspeople go together. It's like, "No, fuck you, lord. We'll do it this way." And then the lord has to come back and plead to them. It's like, "Hey, can't we find like a compromise?" So there's like you can't call it democracy, but there's certainly a much more nuanced sort of like distribution of power in Central Europe compared to Western Europe at the time, and that has gotten lost in like the more mediated image of the Middle Ages. Look, white supremacists are fucking stupid, and like runes have like nothing to do with that either. Like, I mean, I have read the Mort d'Arthur. I have read the Once and Future King. I have not read the Crystal Cave. I have the Cornwall trilogy. Yes, I've read The Mists of Avalon. I've read Spear by Nicola Griffith. I've read By Force Alone by Labi Tidar. I've read Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court. I've read by now The Bright Sword by Lev Grossman. Yeah, I haven't read The Crystal Cave. And I've read some of the translations of some of the fucking Grail Cycle by what's his face. I'm blanking on the name, like the French guy who ruined it all. Cressier de Troyes, that guy. So I've read some of that really old shit as well, but I think like the Once and Future King is really interesting in how weird it is as a text. um like with like Once and Future King, what I find interesting is like how meta it is, like how often it sort of like breaks the fourth wall, how often it kind of jumps between time and makes so many comments about like like 1930s and 40s history and politics and stuff, right? Like that is really fascinating, and you know it's one of the things that kind of gets forgotten, but what's his name, author of The Once and Future King, he was a radical pacifist, what's it called, a conscious fuck words at this point in time. So he moved to Ireland because he was opposed to England, conscious objector. He was opposed to England joining World War II. So he moved to Ireland, and a lot of the radical pacifism that kind of comes through in Once and Future King is very much rooted in that and that radical pacifism of the author at the time, which is, you know, not something that made him very popular at the time. Good night, Chadia. Thanks for hanging out. Consensus of yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's like one of those weird things that makes especially the final one in the Once and Future King, because they are also like so all over the place. If you read the entire thing, right? Like if you read the entirety of Once and Future King, you have like the first one, the Sword and the Stone, and then you have the one that is mostly focusing on you know, the brothers up in Scotland, and they have like one of the creepiest sort of like witchcraft scenes at the beginning of the second one, which what's the name of that one? Let me. It's called title. you have more gays in a magical ritual cooking a cat, and it's surprisingly graphic for what is still technically a children's book. Yeah, yeah, conscientious objector. It's so bad. Anyway, so yeah, Queen of Air and Darkness is when Morghese cooks a cat, and Gawain and his brothers partly watch her doing that. Ah, okay. So you got through that part where Morghese cooks a cat for her magic thing, and they then go and try to and murder, trap and kill a unicorn to bring to her to Morghese. That stuff I found insanely creepy, like pretty brutal for like a children's book as well. And I mean, I might still read the Crystal Cave. I'm not opposed to go back to like Arthur, but at this point, I'm going to take it slow because that like couple of months of just like reading like both all the Arthur novels, but also and retellings, but also reading academic stuff on Arthurian literature, and you know you can only Arthur max so much. At some point, it's just too much. Um, so and as I said, I did read The Bright Sword last year, and it was good. It's generally like a really good book, and Lev Grossman clearly can write. It just felt less subversive after having read, you know, Spear and By Force Alone, because at that point you're like, yeah, well, you know, Arthur has been queered and trans and all the other things all the way. So doing it again isn't exactly going to make things more revolutionary at this point. It was still like a very good story. And I mean, I've read The Wizard and Knight by Gene Wolfe, which is also surprisingly Arthurian while also being surprisingly Norse mythology and, very Gene Wolfe. And it also has like a talking cat and a talking dog. And the talking dog can also fly. And the dog and the cat don't like each other that much. But it's also been like a decade since I read The Wizard Knight, so maybe I should reread those. I know the cat was called Grimalkin and the dog was called Gilf, I think, which is a thing. Sometimes and it's like a thing that I still grapple with. I wish there was like a sort of like a way to talk about like have like a German sort of like mythology thing that feels German and not just like generic medieval, because there's not that much of that sort that is available in a way. It's like, Arthurian legend is very very British in all ways, even though it incorporates all kind of Gaelic stuff, and especially if you have like Tristan and Isolde in there, which is very much reliant on Ireland, and you have like the whole Mabinogion elements that have been pulled into the larger Arthurian stuff, which is the Welsh side of things. You have all of these things that are very much like the larger British Isles kind of thing. And there's no like specifically German equivalent, because there's a difference between your Norse mythology stuff, your sagas, whether like Norse sagas or Icelandic sagas and stuff like that. There's a difference from that to specifically this area of Germany. Is like you have your grim fairy tales, but that's another thing, and those are not necessarily the best things as well. And it's kind of difficult to find things like, obviously you have like the Nibelungenlied, which is the more Germanized version of the Volsunger saga, but it is yeah, I know. I think in a lot of ways it is once again the problem of like having had it's a Nazi problem where like the Nazi era, the NSDAP era, like 32, like 33 to 45, is by heavily defining Germanness in a way, and by dragging in and pulling in so much folklore and so forth, have basically destroyed or burned so much of like individual bits and pieces of like regional folklore and stuff that has basically vanished from like larger understanding or like accessibility, because the idea of uniting all these places, because between like fucking the North Sea coast and stuff like the Rhine area, and Bavaria and Saxony, it's a very varied place with some parallels and bits and pieces here and there, but not that much. And by trying to unify that into like one German narrative, a lot of like other stuff got like completely wiped out and destroyed. And we don't have like anything of that sort, and which is kind of frustrating because there's like cool shit here, right? Like there's like cool local stories, and there's like if you go into like out there and go to all the different castles and walk through like those along those hills and forests and whatnot that we have, whether it's the Harz Mountains or the Ore Mountains or the Odenwald or whatever, right? There's like really cool places that feel very uniquely German in a way, but it's like no like internationally known sort of like literary tradition that makes that available or accessible, or that you can point to and go like, this is our fantasy, this is our like fairy tales, this is our mythology. And obviously like the Brothers Grimm stuff has been so like sanitized in so many ways that you can't actually use those, which I sometimes feel is a bit of a shame, because it would be cool. But then because it is so diverse, I guess that might be one of the reasons why something like Karl May, an author like Karl May, could have this like massive sort of like unifying influence, where like, because that's like something that everyone could sort of like agree on, because it's very German on the one hand, but it's also not weighed down by any of the on any of the like traditional ballast that is tied to like the Nazi stuff or whatever, because it takes place in a different continent, right? So maybe that's part of it. I'll think on that. Maybe I'll try to tie that into the larger narrative for the for the Karl May videos, because I I live in Marburg, and we have the Herder Institute, named after Gottfried Herder, who's one of the first sort of 18th century theoreticians, philosopher, linguist, ethnologist, whatever you want to call him, um, who tried to sort of define what it means to be German. And I feel in a lot of ways that's a question that has been sort of up in the air for a long, long time. Obviously, with Germany not being a nation state until the 1850s, 60s, late 1870s, basically, right? Um, this sort of need to actually define and figure out what it means to be German has been up in the air for a long time, and then the first two tries of what it means to be German went down really well. So a lot of stuff is still sort of this is still very much up in the air, and I think that's it's interesting to try to figure that shit out in a meaningful way. And obviously, I'm not qualified to do that, so I won't. But I feel like the Karl May thing kind of connects to that, because a lot of it is basically about German migrants in the US, in particular, behaving according to very specific German values, and how those are superior, and so forth. So it is a form of trying to theorize and come up with what it means to be German, in a way. It's a weird thing. Anyway, guys, we've been doing this for a long time, and I expect most of you have slowly nodded off at this point. Should we slowly come to an end, or is there stuff you still want to talk about? Let me know, because the chat seems to have gone very quiet, or it has stopped doing things, which is possible, because turns out you can't rely on updating, screen reader updating chat. That is what I mean. But yeah, because otherwise I'll slowly bring this to an end, and try to get some sleep so I can read River of Gods tomorrow, or start River of Gods. Thanks, guys. I was just I've been talking for the last 10 minutes. Is anyone still living? Does anything, is anyone still listening? Does any of this make sense? What happened? And it's all good. While I just monologue, is that a word, to monologize? While I'm rambling around why Germany is fucked. Yeah, no, Chadia went to sleep. That's a good question, Thornall. I think so. My hope is to definitely go and wrap up, and well, wrap up, actually go and read Last King of Ostenard, because I already have videos for Memory, Sorrow, Thorn, and The Heart of What Was Lost, of All That's Lost. All That Was Lost? One of those. Anyway, and I've wanted to do that for a while, so definitely that. And I guess I have even less excuses. So the Sanderson thing, fucking Stormlight Archives, that's gonna be fun. Also, I've always said I will wait until Sun Eater is complete and everyone else has stopped talking about it. So maybe Sun Eater. I could also finally reread Realm of the Elderlings stuff and continue Realm of the Elderlings after Lash of Traders, because I've only ever read the first two trilogies. I don't know. That's kind of what's on the top of my head. I started looking at books that come out in 2026 that I might get excited for, and so far it's not that many. There's a new Alistair Reynolds coming out in January, Health in Years. That one I'm excited for. I know that one's coming out next year, so I'm excited for that. Technically, supposedly, the next Black Company novel is coming out in January or February or whatever. But what with like how incredibly good everyone involved is in promoting or even talking about Black Company novels, I guess I'll find out when it's when it's out. Tawny Man is the one that comes after Life Ship, right? And then it's Rainwild, and then it's Fitz and the Fool, I guess. I think so. I'm. I don't know. No, Ida. I read the first two, Farseer and Life Ship, over a decade ago. We're talking. I think I read Life Ship around 2012, 2013. So I do need to reread. Which that's not the big deal. I mean, earlier this year, I did finally read Wizard of the Pigeons, and I really loved that one. It was so good. And having read Wizard of the Pigeons, helped me, like, even with the long distance, like the things Megan Lindholm does in Wizard of the Pigeons adds so much sort of like context to what she does as Robin Hobb in the realm of the Elderlings, I think, in a lot of ways. So when I go to like Realm of the Elderlings, I'm going to go like through all of them from the first to the last in one go, because you know that's like the only way I can do this. Otherwise, my brain gets like I get so easily distracted and all over the place. So I I just don't mind rereading Farseer. I think one of the most interesting things in Life Ship for me is I know everyone hates him, but like the way Robin Hobb manages to write about Kyle, I found incredibly interesting, because it's like you want to explain why toxic masculinity is really bad for dudes as well. Kyle is like the archetype for that. It's like, because he's a piece of shit, but all the time he's a piece of shit because he tries to live up to what he believes is the thing, is a responsibility, and the things he has to do. And I just like found that really interesting. And and I get it. He's a piece of shit, and it's easy to hate him, and you're supposed to hate him. But I feel it's important to sort of like, I don't feel feel like pity for Kyle, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like if you want to understand the crisis of masculinity today, Kyle is like a perfect example of like the things like you're supposed to do these things and these things don't work. And you do like lots of like fucked up toxic things to still sort of live up to like a certain ideal. Kenneth is complicated, and as I said, like it's been a decade at least, more than a decade since I read those. And I know the Kenneth sexual assault scene near the end of the third Life Ship book really, really frustrated me. And but it's been so long ago that I can only say that I at the time it felt incredibly unnecessary and out of place. But it's so far in the past, and I as a reader have changed so much, so I don't know how I will read it now. At the time, it really bothered me, which, I guess was the point, right? Because, yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what I feel about like Live Ship if I not if but when I go back. So that might be something for next year, but I'll definitely try to get through the fucking Sanderson thing. Like my hope is that I manage to actually do the AI video before the year is over. That's what I really want to go uh, do, because I've been fucking around with this one for like half a year now, and I want to get over it. I want to get rid of it. So I'll do my best, but it might, we'll see how that goes. So yeah, I definitely want to go back and at some point go through all of like Realm of the Elderlings. But yeah, I was just like really impressed by Wizard of the Pigeons and the things Lindholm does with that one, except for the fucking Starbucks thing, which is not her fault. Yeah, I mean, you're in like some really big books there, like fucking Ted Williams is not exactly known for writing short stories. Easy. Yeah. Now there's an interesting thing with Kenneth. Kenneth being the likable pirate guy. Like how much Jack Sparrow is in there, and how much Johnny Depp is in Kenneth, and how much do those things overlap in hindsight for like more modern readers nowadays? Um, there's certainly something to be said about that. But I'll figure it out when I go back and read it. I don't know. I never liked him. I was like, yeah, I kind of like obviously not someone with what you might call a stable childhood or anything of the sorts, but like he was always a piece of shit. But then, I mean, that's kind of the thing with like Robin Hobbes. There's like very few people that are unambiguously good, likable, and happy. That very rarely intersects with her. So yeah, I'll definitely go back and read those at some point. And yeah, I definitely want to read Last King of Ostenard. I found it already super interesting to see sort of like the difference in tone between the first, like the Ostenard, like the Memories of Thorn series, and then you go to the heart of all that was lost, which is a straight up like relatively short for Ted Williams, who's not exactly known for writing short stories. Um, Fairly short, fairly focused, fairly military fantasy, and pretty fucking dark and brutal in a lot of ways. And I was like, wow, if this is the if this is like the modern Ted Williams, I'm very much going look very much interested in finding out what the big novels of Last King of Ostenard will do. I wouldn't go this far, but he certainly has a lot of potential there because I like Memories of Thorn. Well, I'll find out about Rainwild at some point. So yeah, I guess 2026 I'll read some Realm of the Elderlings. Doesn't help. At some point, I have to. Also, everyone else has, I think, stopped reading it, so I guess I can finally go there and do it. Now that everyone else is done with it. And I'll just like make a couple of videos that like 5 people will watch, and then that is good. No, but I did make like a list of stuff that I'm already interested in, but let me find, because I'm really bad at this stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, the Mills of the Gods by Tim Powers. So a new Tim Powers novels very early on, or 6th of January. So on Epiphany. Halcyon Years by Alistair Reynolds on the 27th of January. Then there's finally an audiobook for William Gibson, Virtual Light, which hasn't been available so far, which is frustrating. There's a best of Gene Wolfe coming out, a new one. Oh yeah, Amal El Motar's Seasons of Glass and Iron. That's 24th of March. It's a collection of fairy tale retellings or fairy tale stories. And Amal El Motar's River Has Roots was definitely one of my favorite reads of 2025. Really, really good. So I'm very much looking forward to that one. The new gems as a Corey, Faith of Beasts, I guess. It's the follow up to Mercy of Gods. There's a new Anne Leckie that might also be good. Beyond that, I don't know. That's what I got, book wise. But yeah, if you haven't read it yet, like this year, that's definitely one of the best books of this year that I forgot to mention earlier. Amala Motar's The River Has Roots. It's so good. I really wish more people would talk about that one and read that one, but I don't know. It might but just be too um, too different from what people on like BookTube for sure, but like in general, like uh, mm, are doing, because it is something of a fairy tale-ish retelling, but basis is not a fairy tale, but an English folk ballad that she then turns into. It's a feminist retelling of like a 16th century folk ballad, and that connection might kind of slip unless people also listen to a lot of, like, I don't know, 1960s acid folk, I guess, which people really should. But yeah, and it was just like so fucking well done. But guys, it's past midnight, so we've been doing this for like 4 hours, I guess, and I'm running out of beer. So let's slowly end it here. Um, the tinderbox is not the little match girl, I suspect. So I don't know it, but I'm not that well read with Anderson. Um, I know that M.R. James, not M.R. James, what's his name? Ah, fuck. The guy who wrote Once Was Willem this year. Wait, I made a video about that, and I can't remember the name right now. And I think he has a novel coming out next year that is called The Tinderbox. Let me give me a second. I'll check that for you. But I suspect it's not based on Hans Christian Andersen. Also, Once Was Willem was a really entertaining story. Like, not that good, but M.R. Carey, that's the name. Who apparently wrote The Girl with All the Gifts, which I know is supposedly big, but I have no idea what it is about. Yeah, The Tinderbox. M.R. Carey, coming out 23rd of June next year. Let me check the synopsis or like the back cover thing, and then you can tell me if it's an Anderson retelling thing. A spellbinding dark fairy tale, so maybe. So it's a former soldier serving a witch, and he gets a magical tinderbox that can grant his every wish, and then stuff happens. So now I don't know the Anderson story, so I don't know if this is a retelling or if it has just the same title. All right. All right. Well, now you have now you know, and I will definitely read your retelling once it's done. And thanks everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I'll upload my video for the 10 Incarnations of a Rebellion by Vaishnavi Patel, and then I'll go to sleep. So thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it, and yeah, hope you had fun. I don't know if I'll manage to do a final one in December or whether the next one will be in January. It's all kind of complex at this point because holidays and stuff and family. Not that I have one, but I do have a sister, and she has kids and a husband and stuff, and that suddenly makes things more difficult. Here's a button that says end stream. So I'll press that and see what happens. So thanks, everyone. I'll see you in the next one.